to the death of me. Recipes in the kitchen to make the best of me. Less of me you will never see. Ha, nigga, you will never see. Recipes in the kitchen to make the best of me. Gotta be solid to the death of me. Recipes in the kitchen to make the best of me. Less of me you will never see. Ha, nigga, you will never see. Recipes in the kitchen to make the best of me. Every bar getting packed, we bout to open the tap. Just feel the fire when you throwing them back. I'm multiplying if I'm holding a stack. It's in my hands, right? Supplying headphones in a track. We need some bands, right? I'm clean as whistle and penciling up my plans now. Dressing up for office, it stands out. Let's get a flow, parading.
Fire with the guard, you know. I'm gonna give it to you straight. Let me break it down for you niggas, man. Yeah, check it. I was open to plenty plans. Made a bunch of deals with niggas, shit plenty hands. I stand on my motherfucking 2 feet, that's too deep. Niggas rather swim in the shallow part with some supervision. That shit just caused division. And when it's purpose driven, you the type of nigga rather work and get it. Don't mean I hurt no feelings. Certain villains just built different, they respect it though. One thing for sure, they look up to bro. Bro that made his network grow. So pop a pill and take it slow. Let the smoke burn till it's your turn to get some M's. You niggas just like some gems. You don't want no pressure with that half-ass effort. Trying to come talk to the boss and ain't no numbers involved. Don't hear my number at all. I'm with my son playing ball. I'm with my wife spinning chips. You niggas salty, I see it. Heard me talking about it, but ain't believe I could be it. Damn. I was open to plenty plans, you know. Cross my heart, hope to die. I was open to plenty plans, man. They overlook how I'm coming, that's from lack of vision. Precise with every move, attack with precision. That bastard is different, so if you ever interfere in the casket you getting, I ain't naming no niggas, trying to throw shade just to play. The shame of you niggas, I keep the heat up on the hip if you can't keep your cool. You could get whipped like grade school, I'm making dollars move. I don't plan on working this year, I'm just gonna call the shots. Like Sonny in the Bronx, I might set up the block with my shit in reverse. They don't wanna fuck with the guard. I'ma take him to church, make his ass soul search until he find what he missing. In the meantime, I'ma be getting every dollar that's owed. The game is not to be told, just to be sold on my soul. I was open to plenty plans and niggas flaked on your man. Now it's lobster with every meal. I oversee every deal. I was open to plenty plans. I was open to plenty plans, man.
On the night, well, alright. I don't want no relationship with a broke bitch. Call it what you want to. Shout it what you gon' do. I don't want no relationship with your broke ass. Call it what you want to. What you see is what you get. That's why we never been to the movies or in the park in the dark holding hands. That's why I like fucking with you hoochie groupie. Y'all don't really want no man. That's why we never been to the beach. Water splashing on our feet while we tanning in the sand.
I got a good one for y'all. What's up, man? Welcome to Political Sports. We in the building. What's good? Had to bring it in with a little sense of humor today, man. I had to. But look, man, we got a good show, man. We got a Nolan Wells update. And Officer Tatum in the hot seat, man. I don't know if y'all know, but since my man been doing what he been doing, man, it ain't like nothing new, but we gotta backtrack on him just a little bit and actually show some new footage of some shit that's been going down. Also, at the end of the day, man, Officer Tatum went on a debate show against 20 liberal debaters, and I'm not even sure if all of them got the chance to come up, but the ones that did, you know, some of them was pretty laid back, and then some of them was grilling them pretty hard. We're gonna get into all of that. Also, we got to get into Ben Crump interview with the Nolan Wells update. Rather, it ain't even seem like it just seemed like right now they released the autopsy, so we just wait and see how that's gonna come about as far as just what really happened to Nolan. You know what I mean? A lot of people think that he was killed. A lot of people feel that he was killed. A lot of people feel like it was it was an accident of how he died. A lot of questions unanswered. We're gonna try to uncover some of the things that's been going on in that case also. For the most part, Officer Tatum and D.L. Hughley been going at it, and I seen he attracted the attention of Dave Chappelle also. So I wanted to show y'all what Dave Chappelle had to say also. Well, he even necessarily had nothing to say. He kind of put it in his stand-up. It's kind of old or something. But if you don't know, I'm about to definitely put you on it, though. Definitely gonna put you on it. But we're gonna start it off with this one right here. I got something for y'all. I'm gonna start it off with D.L. Hughley. Him and Don Lemon, he told him Don Lemon head or something like that. That what he be calling him. Dude, that crazy, bro. But yeah, Don Lemon about to be going on tour with D.L. Hughley and stuff like that. So I guess he let D.L. Hughley hold his smoke. But this is what D.L. Hughley had to say about Officer Tatum and everything that's been transpiring between him and the Nolan Wells case, and also his past history. Let's see what they got to say.
You have been following.
And I guess what he's saying is a part of the facts. So let's get back into it. My fault, y'all. I'm doing two things at once. My bad. I'm doing two things at once. But yeah, let's get back into it though.
You had some choice words for him. Why is that?
Well, I think he's indicative of the unremarkable black man that the right adores. They pick black men like they pick dogs, things that make them comfortable. I think Brandon Tatum was an officer. He was a failed football player. That didn't work out. He was an officer in Tucson for 6 years. That didn't work out, and now he's an influencer. And I think what his stock and trade seems to be is no matter what black person is involved with what, to automatically take the other side. I've heard him denigrate Harriet Tubman. I've heard him denigrate Rosa Parks. And so this is par for the course. And I think the sad thing about a man like him is they make you keep your title. Like whether you're Sheriff Clark or, whether you're Colonel Moore, Adams, or whether you're, they always make you keep your title as if it gives you more gravitas, more weight. Now, the one thing that Brandon Tatum isn't is a detective. He doesn't call himself Detective Tatum. And the only black person that they don't think that their formal title gives them weight to is President Obama. They don't ever call him President Obama. They just call him Obama. And I just think Brandon Tatum is this is a true story. I'm not even trying to denigrate this kid, but he's the kind of unremarkable man. The only reason I know who he is because I got a coon alert, literally, and it was a failed football player, a mediocre. It was a mediocre cop, and it's been wrong pretty much. Like he is the guy who thought Sandra Massey, and by the way, her murderer, the police officer who murdered her in Ohio, came up for parole, and it was denied, or probation. It was denied today. But he thought that Sandra Massey acted so suspiciously that it was tantamount to her death warrant, that she should have been killed. Ironically, he doesn't think that any of these boys acted so suspiciously that they should be questioned.
Mm-hmm. Well, you mentioned someone who has qualifications and should be called is President Obama, but when they call him, you're right, they don't say president. Either say Obama or Barack Hussein Obama, right?
That is the truth. But this is what I would say too, though, y'all. Check this out. At the end of the day, everything D.L. Hughley was saying is just like basically, you just criticizing his opinion and what he like as far as like him being such a failure at everything that he ever did. But nah, it's not really necessarily like that. You know, they both taking jabs at each other and stuff like that. But Officer Tatum, he more like he wants you to get mad at his opinion because that's what's gonna keep his name ringing. He want to say things that offend people because people feel like, how the hell are you looking at it like that? Outside of him being just direct, like this is just the way I feel. He doing it like that also, but a lot of things he be saying, he be contradicting himself. Like when he get a little too deep, he'll take back what he said. Not necessarily even take back. It's like he'll feel more like the pressure of what he did outside of what's going on. Like him crying for Charlie Kirk being murdered, but you say you wouldn't cry if something happened to your own son. Like that's crazy to me. Like, and that's your flesh and blood, but you willing to cry for this white man. So it's like certain shit he be saying and doing. I think he really be trolling to get his name. Everybody just keeps saying his name, you know. In a way, for me, I think that's what he be doing. I don't think it just always be him saying like, you know, some of the most craziest things just to be saying it. He doing it for attention. He doing it for money. And he doing it for like to feel like he's somebody in this world of streamers and influencers and stuff like that. He want to be accepted more than anything, if you ask me. He just really want to be accepted. You know what I'm saying? And it's like the way you look at your views and the way you say certain things, you know, the black community, they'll never mess with you. So what you do, you go against him. And he been doing this. And I got some video proof to show y'all. It's crazy, but let's get back into this. D.L. Hughley hit a couple points, but let's get back into this right quick. And then we're going to double back, and I got some more stuff I want to show y'all too, man. Y'all get the likes up for me, man. Feel free to comment, you know what I'm saying? Please subscribe to the channel, man. Let's go.
Make sure to put the emphasis on Hussein. Let's talk about that word, because I said, as I responded to him, my response to him was, some things just fall in your lap. I don't even have to deal with it because my friend D.L. Hughley has dealt with it on Uncertain, and I played your response. But the word that you said that you got that coon alert is what I've been hearing from a lot of people, and not just black people. And I said, I don't think he even sees himself, or maybe he does and he doesn't care, DL.
Well, here's the thing. It's always somebody in that role. He'll go the same road as Candace Owens or Larry Elder or Armstrong Williams. You never see that they don't have a long shelf life because they all repeat the same things. Their job is to I call them fabuloso, because all they do is take the stench of white people's racism. So they can call them niggeloso. I just think that their career will age like avocado, because their stock and trade is being able to say is to give credence to white lies. And I think for a man that doesn't, the only time that man thinks that racism is involved is when somebody says something he thinks is racist, or if it's racist towards him. So either it doesn't exist or it does. No one is saying, by the way, we couldn't know what happened to that young man, but I do know this.
What if you could make a song using only your voice? Let's start with the drum.
Black people are right to be suspicious of Mississippi. They're right to be suspicious of Mississippi. It took 31 years for Medgar Evers, killers to be brought to justice. It took, they've been systematically poisoning the black people of Jackson, Mississippi since the 60s through their white.
Now, if a lot of people don't know, if you don't know, I'm pretty sure y'all should know, but Medgar Evers was like Martin Luther King in Mississippi. He was big. I mean, Medgar Evers was not really scared, and like Atlanta at that time was pretty bad. Everywhere was bad, right? But it was different in Alabama and Mississippi. It was just different. And Medgar Evers was that guy in Mississippi. He was like like Martin Luther King to them communities. Like, he really spoke up and did a lot in Mississippi, and they assassinated him in front of his door on his way coming home, in front of his wife and child. Yeah, in front of his wife and kids, for sure. They assassinated him in his driveway. Yeah, and I'm not sure. I could look it up, but I don't even know if they made that house like a historical house for Medgar Evers. But yeah, it took them all the way till the 2000s or the 1990s, I think, to even convict the guy who fucking killed him. And they been knew who did it. The whole communities, they all knew who had did it. But yeah, that's another story for another day. But let's go.
Water supply. A 1-year-old boy was killed not even a month and a half ago, and we don't know what happened there. There was 215 black men that were discovered in a pauper's grave behind a sheriff department in Mississippi in 2025. There was a FedEx driver that was shot at by a father and a son, and the judge dismissed the case in 2025 without prejudice. As a matter of fact, Mississippi just abolished slavery within the last 15 years. So we're right to be suspicious of people who are dubious when it comes to black lives.
Mm-hmm. And it's suspicious of the system they operate in. And you said it's not to say that those young men did anything, but you're talking about the state of Mississippi and the history. And the history will show you, right, determines partially and a lot in many ways the present.
Yes, I don't think that Mississippi has an interest in improving or disassociating itself from that image because they're acting so familiar. I don't think anybody, I think the only reason we know anything is because black people hadn't let it go. I think you because Ben Crump and Al Sharpton are there, brought a lot of attention to it. I think you have the black woman in Texas who scrubbed the audio so we could hear what they were saying to Nolan. I think the mother and her sister had to find his phone. So black people have done the leg and detective work keeping this in the forefront. You really trying to tell me that Mississippi, that if there weren't so much attention brought to this, that they would be acting with any level of alacrity? They wouldn't. I firmly believe it. And the one thing, I don't know whether those boys had anything to do with that or not, but I think the problem that I'm having, and I think a lot of people having, I don't know who did what to who, but I know there was not one friend in the bunch. Not one person was a friend. Not one was a friend.
Yeah,
they call themselves teammates. They can call themselves. Yeah, they can call themselves teammates. They can call themselves. They can call acquaintances. They can say we were cool. They can never. Not one of them. There was not one friend in that boat, in that space, or on that island. There was not one friend.
You ever look around at the way the world works and you think, now, who designed this mess? People work hard.
To Brandon Tatum, like, you've been doing this for 40 years. Everybody knows who you are, and your career is still going strong. Because I'm out with you. We're filling arenas. So I think, enough said. That's the case closed right there. But there's a difference between an acquaintance or someone you know or you're friendly with than an actual friend. Because DL, if I was on an island and you didn't have a way back, I would say, dude, you need to get your ass on this boat because we got to go and you don't have a way off, right? I'm going to make sure you're in there.
I remember years ago there was a drunk driving commercial and Stevie Wonder was doing it, Don't Drive Drunk. Remember that? Remember Stevie Wonder had that? Stevie Wonder, he'd have drove home before he left you there by yourself.
Stevie Wonder could see that. that they weren't friends, or what, or what an actual friend is. But so considering all of that, why doesn't this former officer guy, see that? Why doesn't he know the history of Mississippi and he know the natural suspicion that people have of Mississippi? Let me just get this in, Dio. The natural suspicion that people have of Mississippi and what it means. You know what a pick-me is, right, Dio?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so why would they choose that black guy to go in to defend them? And why would that black guy go in on a story like this, the only black to defend white people? I think that also speaks for itself of something else that's, that's at hand here.
A big black strong dude, if he ain't on the football field or running a play on the football field, he's running his mouth for them. The only way that they're going to talk to him out of all the people is because he made them comfortable. And even the things that he said, I mean, even with Nancy Grace, I mean, you have Miss Rachel and Nancy Grace, Nancy Grace as
like, but check this out too though. So like like in that interview he did with Officer Tatum too, he said that the boat got back. Well, basically the last time he had seen Nolan was at like 3 o'clock, right? 3 o'clock. And then the boat GPS says that the boat didn't depart from Horn Island until about 4:31. Okay, so where is that gap in the story? You said the last time you seen Nolan was at 3 o'clock. The GPS says the boat didn't depart until 4:31. But your story also says that y'all was on the boat calling for Nolan to get on the boat. How was y'all calling for Nolan to get on the boat around, let's say, 4:27 to 4:31? Then y'all leave, I guess, because y'all about to leave, I'm guessing. And but then you say the last time you seen them was at 3 o'clock. How you last see him at 3, but y'all leaving around 4:30 and you say you was calling Nolan to get on the boat? Let's get back into it though.
Been a successful prosecutor. She's prosecuted over 100 felony cases. She sees something there, and Brandon Disgrace doesn't see anything. So it's I think it is what he is. This man doesn't think that Charlie Kirk ever said anything racist. My prayer for this dude is that nothing ever befall his children, but if it does, he doesn't have to deal with a black man like him.
Let me play this real quick since you mentioned it. Roll it, Andy.
Have the friends.
You. Just you.
Well, from my understanding, all but I believe one took a polygraph, and from what was told to me that they all passed, and all of the ones that took a polygraph took one without a lawyer. And they cooperated with law enforcement. So from my understanding, everybody took a polygraph test. Why do you say that's
from what you understand? Did they tell you they took a poly and passed?
Yes, ma'am. They told me that they did it. I wasn't there. So that's what I'm saying from my understanding. They told me that all the boys except one, which is Warren, I believe, took a polygraph test. All of them did not have lawyers and did it and cooperated with police. Warren also cooperated with police. I just believe he didn't take a lie detector test, but Warren is the young man that I interviewed. So according to what they told me, they all took a lie detector test and passed. And it's an equivalent of a lie detector test. It's not a traditional lie detector test, but it's the same theology of trying to get to if a person is lying. I don't know the name of it. It's an equivalent of a lie detector test. It's a different methodology. I don't believe it was a polygraph test. I believe they took other stressors in order to analyze if the people were telling the truth or not.
Did they take a polygraph would be no.
No. Thank you very much, Nancy Grace. Okay, but he came back and said, no, it was a voice stress test or whatever. But I mean, he looked like an idiot right there. Dio.
Well, he looks like of course, Nancy Grace. Brandon Tatum is used to being owned by white people. So that was par for the course. I think it's interesting that he was willing to take the word of these people.
At the end of the day, though, Nancy Grace is nothing to be trolled with. She is the real deal when it comes to like those cases like this. She don't look at color when it comes to that. Not saying she's not a racist, but she's not in my eyes. I don't think Nancy a racist, if you ask me. Now, would she be hanging around a bunch of black people? No, I don't think she'll do that neither. But at the end of the day, justice is justice, and I think that's the way she look at things. So, in my opinion, Nancy is just gonna be Nancy. She gonna ask those questions. She gonna look at it like as if she's back in that courtroom. That's the way I think she even run her household. You know what I mean? So, like, if you was to come on her show and you trying to give a history lesson about racism and all this and that, she'll cut you off and get back to the point of the subject of what we talking about, because I only got a certain amount of time to talk to you. That's one. Two, I didn't call you up here for a history lesson. And three, let's stick to the subject. So she not cutting you off because you're trying to make a point about history. She cutting you off because I didn't bring you up here to talk about history. I brought you up here to talk about new developing facts about this. You see what I'm saying? So she just straight to the point. She get the history. She know what it is. You don't have to explain it. She get it. And that's something I think a lot of black people feel they got to keep doing. Got to keep reminding people. But a person like Nancy Grace, she like, I already know. I get it. I got it. Let's stick to the subject. I know what happened, and I acknowledge that she do. A lot of people don't, but she do. So I guess that's why they got to be reminded of it. You know what I'm saying? Just in general. But I understand the cause, but for certain people, they get it, and they understand it.
To tell him what they've done and not, and was so willing to believe he is spreading the rumor or saying that he has 100% proof that Nolan took cocaine. And so the same people told him they took a lie detector test. I obviously told him about cocaine. That's the thing. When you die, when you're black, when you die suspiciously, you don't just die once. They kill you over and over again. They kill your character. They kill your dreams. They kill people's idea of you. It is a mass murder because you die more than once. Ultimately, and even if they do find alcohol or drugs in the system, I guarantee you he got it from the white boys on that boat. I guarantee you he did.
Now, just to think about that, I agree as far as the slander of the name. Once you'll be dead and they feel like you're accused, somebody being accused of something, they're going to try to find a way to disgrade or discredit the person who passed, like, logic as far as anything that they was doing, whether it was drugs, whether it was cheating with a girl, whether it was holding gun, anything like stashing guns or, you know, anything. They'll try to find a way to try to paint, okay, everybody thinking he's an angel, let's show this side. That's just textbook public opinion matters type shit. They look for the public opinion to sway. And because this is huge, I don't think you'll put nobody on the jury if them boys get convicted that could say, oh, I don't know nothing about this case. They're a goddamn lie. They're a goddamn lie. Because at the end of the day, they supposed to pick jury members that don't know nothing about the case. So if they was to really get convicted and they find some stuff in them phones and they say, yeah, man, it's just overwhelming, and then the pressure from the public, we gotta like charge y'all in general, right? And then from there, you know, the proceedings start. But those allegations right now is public persuasion. So if y'all gonna say we did this, well, we gonna say he was on cocaine and he was drunk. You see what I'm saying, y'all? So it's like the court's playing out in the public for public opinion. Let's get back to it.
He didn't own a boat. He didn't own one of those. So this is all this woman wants and all everybody wants is what happened to her son.
She wants to know what happened to her son. But look, you bring that up, and I spoke to the mom in an exclusive interview, and she talked about, you said that they kill him more than once.
Yeah.
You believe that, or at least reputationally, but I understand what you're saying. And you're saying that Brandon Tatum is having a hand in that sort of reputational damage that they're doing. The mom responded to that. Watch.
We've seen this before, right? Pattern recognition. We've seen this where things have happened, especially when we talk about the Black community. And you know, after the death, it's a smear campaign. It's, you know, what can we find out about this person? What can we say? And, you know, that's something, you know, my family and I, especially my husband and I, we definitely do not appreciate. But, you know, we can't fight everyone that wants to have an opinion. But also, too, it's part of society that has been allowed to occur, which is it's gut-wrenching at best. Because if you were in our situation, you know, how would you feel if there were millions of people who are saying, oh, hey, well, you know, he was at an island, he was heavily drunk. And again, even with the drinking, there are so many conflicting stories, only because I have spoken with adults who knew Nolan very well, coaches that were out there. One in particular, I think he told me he saw Nolan somewhere between like 2:45 and 3:30. He was like, Christine, yeah, we talked for a while. We talked about college. We talked about his life, his plans. And he was like, he was perfectly fine.
So she's saying it bothered the coach, but she's saying it's bothering her. But my thing is, what do you think teenagers are doing on their senior trip?
Of course, hey man, let me tell you something, man. If you're gonna get drunk and get high, you're supposed to do it when you're young. You're supposed to do it when you're young. That's when you make mistakes. I'm not advocating for that. I wouldn't be shocked if he had drugs in the system. I wouldn't be. But I think that it speaks to where we are as a society right now. We know what was in his system before we know what was on their phone.
Mm-hmm,
we know more about him, and it's always the case. I don't.
That's facts. That's facts. That's facts. And they saying all the autopsy stuff then came back. So the toxicology report, they're trying to rush that and get that going on. Like, yeah, that's facts. They trying to prove their innocence before they can try to prove their guilt. That's facts. That's the truth.
Yeah, what happens? Why do I know what was in the system before I know what was on their phones or who they talked to or where they were located at? And every story those boys tell looks like an adult told them to. Everything they say. Like how do you make these calls? Those conversations, those dudes are those dumbass teenagers not bright enough and sophisticated enough to say these things. They know damn well they kept that phone because a phone is a record. It's a technical record. It puts dates and places and things in proximity to other things. They know it. The parents know that. And then Brandon Tatum is going on about how come they didn't talk to the parents. Because why didn't you call me? Why did I have to come get my phone from you? Why haven't you been interested in talking to the police? I know what it's like to lose a friend, and I know what it's like for people to not want you to go to that funeral of that friend because of all the things that could happen. But I know this: if you love somebody, if you truly somebody's friend, there's nothing going to stop you from seeing them all. There's nothing going to stop you from doing the best you can to make sure that they didn't die in vain. So either we need to change the definition of friendship or accept the fact that no one on that island acted like one. Out of all the things that happened, out of all the motives that are questioned, the one person I know for sure is innocent. The two people I know for sure is innocent. Is that young man's mother and father. Everybody else, I have no idea about. But I know they want to find out what's happening with their son.
You brought up something I thought was very interesting. You said, and you can clarify it here because I'm paraphrasing. You said, why is it always Black people, and even in this case, who are pressuring people to get to the truth? Is that am I qualifying that correctly?
Why did it take all of this? Why did it take multiple? When Natalie Holloway was missing, right? You remember that, right? One man's Natalie Holloway, another man's Nolan Wells. We saw that every single day, right? Nobody questioned their parents' motivation. Nobody wondered why her life mattered. Nobody talked about her being on a similar trip and what was in her system, right? We didn't do that. We, like everybody else, were concerned about that young girl and wanted her parents to get an answer. That's all we're asking. It's not an inconsistent thing to me. The way I felt about that young girl missing and parents being and the sympathy and empathy I felt for them, I think that the nation owes that woman, his mother and father, the same thing. It was a national story for weeks. We knew names and dates and places and everything, and they turned over every stone, and rightfully so. And they didn't have the fatigue they seem to be exhibiting now.
That is the truth. That is the truth. That is the truth, y'all. That's the truth. And we off of just that right there, I got another one I'm gonna add right quick, but that was the truth though. That was most definitely the truth what he said right there, because everybody and their mama was looking for that little girl. That's no cap. Everybody, and everybody felt that family's pain. Everybody did, and it wasn't no accusing of nothing like that. But they turned over every stone, every brick. They surely did. But look though, we about to get into this one, right? Now, in this video here, I really want y'all to pay attention because this gonna give you a little background insight of race-based Tatum. You know what I'm saying? Race-based Tatum, man. He been doing it, and like now it's becoming a part of him more than ever. But y'all just check this out.
All this ideas sound like high people ideas. Like he doesn't think these things through before he tells us. He just tells us what he's thinking as soon as it occurs to him. This shit sounds nuts. I'm gonna go to China and I'm gonna get those jobs from China and bring them back here to America. For what, nigga? So iPhones can be $9,000?
This is what Trump is all about, and this is why we love Trump.
First off, your reaction, and what could you tell us about the China deal that has tariffs dropping from 145, 125 respectively to 30 and 10?
This is an extraordinary first step in the right direction.
Stop it. Y'all got to get Trump 2028. I don't think he can run a third time. But his legacy, every election should be Trump 20 whatever, Trump 2030 something, because his legacy will continue forever. I think it's absolutely asinine to suggest that Donald Trump is trying to erase Black history. That's the craziest thing ever. D.L. Hughley don't have any evidence whatsoever to make a claim like that.
Well, also tonight, the Trump administration is ordering signs and exhibits related to slavery be removed from multiple national parks. That's according to our partners at the Washington Post. It is part of the president's executive order to remove, quote, corrosive ideology.
So Dave Chappelle just embarrassed Officer Tatum, and he broke down the hypocrisy of the Black MAGA grifters. And Dave is saying the issue isn't even that Officer Tatum is a conservative or that he supports Trump. It's that he changes his position all the time based on who's paying him. Basically, Officer Tatum is doing anything for butter biscuits. I mean, he literally said he felt grateful that when he went to visit our so-called greatest ally, he was happy that the Christian pastor was only spat on once.
Talk to the majority of Christians. Talk to them. You'll see what they say. They say Israel is the only place where we're respected and protected.
I'm 52 years old. Last month, I caught my wife crying in the bathroom.
And I can attest to that as a Christian who went to Israel. I spent 2 weeks there with the church, and we had an incredible time. We had only one incident where a small child spit on one of the pastors, and immediately after there was an adult that came by and said, "That's not a representation of who we are. You know, we love you guys. You guys are always welcome here." And I have to say, no adults gave us any grief. We had no issues whatsoever. And our experience there, it was actually an amazing experience.
Or how about that time when Tatum claimed that thoughts and prayers can really stop shootings?
These godless, mindless people, of course they think that thoughts and prayers don't work. You know, maybe the thoughts and prayers at the school prevented more kids from dying.
So people online are now dragging Officer Brandon, I let people spit on me for money, Tatum, and they're digging through receipts to find out who this man really is and how he even got this huge platform when he lacks basic historical knowledge and his only debate skill is to call people liars. And y'all, the internet is having a field day clowning Tatum, calling him low IQ Uncle Tom, a slave of the devil, and they're sharing clips like these saying this is exactly how Tatum acts for his masters. Now, if you don't know who Officer Tatum is, he's a former cop turned YouTube personality who built his whole brand off being the Black conservative that tells it like it is. And MAGA loved him for it. But here's the thing. MAGA didn't just support him. They used him. They stole from him. They took his identity, his story, and flipped it into something that benefits them way more than it benefits him. So let's break down who Officer Tatum really is, why his whole image looks shaky when you line it up next to what Dave Chappelle said, and what I mean when I say MAGA stole from him.
cares 0%, but he out here acted his ass off. Shout out to Officer Tatum. Shout out to this fat rascal right here. This fat, musty rascal right here.
Bro, I said the same thing. He said he went, man, from what he said, where he from? He said like Dallas area, Fort Worth. And they got them hitters in Fort Worth, man, and shit, man. Them dudes out there getting it in, man, in Dallas and Fort Worth out there, man. Them boys, you hear me? Look, man, that's where you from. And you doing this, it gotta be a facade. Like, it gotta be an act. You know what I'm saying? It gotta be. You know what I'm saying? Like, stop 6? Man, I don't know, man. I definitely feel like he been planning to do what he doing. And he probably getting paid to do what he doing. Yeah, for sure. Let's get back into it.
Shout out to him. Bro acting his butt off right now.
All right, so let's set the stage here. Who even is Officer Tatum? Brandon Tatum used to be a police officer out in Tucson, Arizona. He wasn't some random YouTuber at first. He was a cop who started posting online around the 2016 Trump era. That's when people really started paying attention to him because you didn't see a lot of black men openly writing for Trump back then. So the conservative media machine ate that up.
Yep, I got my Trump hat on. And you know why? It's because I'm going to support Donald Trump no matter what people do, no matter what they say, no matter the way they act. I don't care.
After that, Tatum quickly became the guy Fox News and all those right-wing spaces could point to and say, see, it's not racist. Look, we've got Officer Tatum co-signing us. And Tatum leaned all the way into it too. Pro-police, anti-BLM, anti-woke, claimed black men should marry white women, denied that white privilege exists. That was his whole lane. So of course Fox News loved him.
To be in the NFL, right? You said you've stopped watching football. This is all too much for you. What can be done? What can change to bring you back?
I think if I see the players and the coaches and the commissioner actually stand up for what's right and say, okay, we've made our point. Now let's go out and let's respect this country. Let's respect the flag and let's remove politics from athletics. And all I want to see is I want to see players go out and play and have a good time and enjoy the game. I don't want to see politics mixed in with athletics.
Bring up this false narrative that all white people somehow have this privilege from birth is the stupidest thing that I've ever heard.
Officer Tatum even co-founded the so-called Blexit movement.
Oh, man. So, man, white people do have privilege over black people. They do. It's just facts. They are most definitely started with the best. The worst for them in other eyes of white folks is more decent than what your best black family have. You know what I mean? Outside of us not having nothing to leave, being judged by the color of our skin. And they think that shit not real. That shit is most definitely fucking real. And on the smallest scale, if it's happening like that and we being judged like that and we being treated like that, you can only imagine on a corporate scale what it's like. So let's get back to it, man. Let's get back to it.
With Candace Owens that was supposed to get black people to ditch the Democratic Party and flock to the GOP. Though it never became a real movement, it made them both a lot of money and garnered them a lot of attention. And eventually, Candace and Tatum fell out because Candace started speaking more openly against the people who signed Tatum's checks.
Charlie Kirk loved Israel. He went there. He was an advocate for Israel more than anybody else that you know.
I'm saying you're severely misrepresenting the contents that in May, Charlie was concerned about Israel and their influence on American politics and how they were pushing things that he felt were in conflict with his beliefs, free speech.
Now let's put that up against Dave Chappelle. Even though Chappelle didn't actually name drop Tatum, the way he broke down the hypocrisy makes Tatum look like the exact type of character David talked about. People recently started comparing Officer Tatum to Clayton Bigsby, the character from Chappelle's show. And when asked about this character, Dave said the premise of the sketch was that every race had this racial pixie, like this racial complex. The pixie was in blackface. Now, blackface is a very difficult image, but the reason I had chosen blackface at the time was because this was going to be the visual personification of the N-word. So now if you go on social media, you'll see a lot of people saying that Officer Tatum is the real-life Clayton Bigsby, except he's not blind. One user on X said, bruh, I know people get on the internet and play characters for money, fame, etc., but Officer Tatum should be ashamed of himself. Someone else wrote, Officer Tatum is a grifting coon. And another person added, Officer Tatum is what we call woke right. Bro has gone off the rails the last year or so. Remember, guys, he was only spat on once. Now, what Officer Tatum doesn't seem to understand is that MAGA didn't put him on because they love him and they genuinely want him to be a part of their club. They put him on because he was useful. And once you're not useful anymore, they'll move on to the next Officer Tatum without blinking. And that's where the humiliation comes in. Because while Tatum is out here making YouTube videos, defending cops, and claiming white privilege isn't real, but you can tell when he speaks that he doesn't even believe half of the things he says. Remember when Tatum defended the cop who unalived Sonia Massey in her home? He claimed the cop was justified in using deadly force because Sonia allegedly tried to attack him with a pot of boiling water.
I'm saying that the use of force when she lunged at the police officers with the pot, the use of deadly force was appropriate and justified in that particular instance.
Except that's not true. And the body cam footage showed she never tried to attack the cop. And that's just one of the many examples of Officer Tatum using his platform to spew debunked nonsense and ignorance. Tatum's whole bread and butter is defending cops. Anytime a police shooting makes headlines, you already know what his video is going to say. The officer was justified. He's built his whole career on saying exactly what conservative donors, media, and fans want to hear. But who's really benefiting from Officer Tatum's grift? See, America will use black people for entertainment, for profit, for validation. But when it comes to actual support, they don't love him. They love that he validates them. They love that he says the things they can't say without looking racist. But are they really supporting him? No, they're supporting what he represents for them. Now, Tatum isn't the first black conservative MAGA co-opted, and he won't be the last. The pattern is clear. Take someone with visibility, frame them as proof of diversity or authenticity, and then use them to push an agenda. Well, I want to hear your thoughts on Officer Tatum. Do you think he actually believes what he says, or is he just about that bag?
Come on. So, woo, man. Dog, I swear, dog, this dude. But at the end of the day, that just give you a little background on how he really rocked. Give you a little background of just wait the things he didn't say. You have no proof that Trump had tried to banish like the slavery. Yeah, then they say Trump said all like African national like statues and stuff like that. He wanted them pulled down. You know why they did that? Because they took down the Confederacy ones. Remember that? Because they felt like in the South that shit was wrong, and they approved that. So he like, okay, I'm gonna take down our shit. I'm gonna approve to take down y'all shit. So it was a get back at us, and he's so fucking stupid. He don't even get that. He's so fucking stupid. He don't even get that. But I got a good one coming up. I got a good one coming up, y'all. So look, we ain't gonna get into that one yet. I really want y'all opinion about this shit, man. I really do. I want y'all to come talk to me, man. I want y'all to, man, come on, man, vibe with me, man. But look, though, I got this one, though. And this the update. The last interview Ben Crumpton did since everything with that see report and all of that then came out and stuff. So everybody just been on like, I guess, assist still. I guess they doing they following all the proper paperwork and meeting with the people behind the scenes, and we getting like quiet results. They getting quiet things done to have results later. I guess that's how you can look at it. Let me share this one. Here we go. So this one right here is this Ben Crump breaking it down, just what's next in the case with Nolan Wells. What's next in the case with Nolan Wells? Let me slide this a bit to the front. Let's get it out.
Ben Crump, happy to have you, my man.
Thank you, sir. Pleasure to be with you.
Ah, man, it's a pleasure having you. I mean, it's so much I want to ask you. It's so much I want to get into. I know you're a busy guy, so I don't want to take up that much of your time. Nolan Wells, for the people that's unfamiliar with that case, can you break that down?
Certainly. Nolan Wells was an 18-year-old black teenager who, on 4th of July, was celebrating with his friends, and he went out on Horn Island. He went with his 3 other friends, at least what we have in the photograph, and they were young white teenagers. He was the only black teenager, and somehow they all came back home safely on the 4th of July, but Nolan Wells did not come home. His mother, their families announced that he was missing. They were, out of their mind with concern. And then his body was found washed up on shore 2 days later, face down, dead. And so then everybody started to try to say, well, what happened? When you look at the videos, there were 300, 400 people out there. And what we've been saying, somebody knows something, somebody saw something. There was a young lady named Katie who said that, she was talking to Nolan, but then he got back on the boat with the people he came with, or got back on the boat with the boys. And the boys who were on the boat with him said, Nolan said he was going to stay behind with Katie, and that he was not going to go back with them. One of the things that has been bewildering is the fact that if he says he's going to stay behind, why doesn't an 18-year-old get their cell phone? If they're not going to go with the boat, why would they leave it with them? His mother, called his phone 3 times, got no answer after they started getting concerned. And it was when they did the Life 360, trying to say, find my phone, is when she found out that the phone were with the friends. And so her friend went to get the phone. And when they got the phone back, they discovered that there were a lot of Snapchat messages that were deleted. They also found that there were some texts deleted. So that was very concerning to them as they're trying to figure out, what happened to my child? Our child is dead and we have no answers. Nobody's telling us anything. And so it became just an incredibly painful ordeal for them, trying to find out what happened to Nolan Wells. And then America became engaged in this matter because it wasn't adding up to anybody. He says, I'm going to stay behind, but he leaves his cell phone. He doesn't have his car keys. Well, if he's staying behind and you don't have any of that information, people are saying, did he stay behind? And so that becomes a question. Obviously there's this CETO audio that comes out that people have did forensic audio engineering on it to try to see what was being said on the audio recording of the CETO kind of 911 type call. And it's in that call that people say they hear certain things. We have retained audio engineering experts to be able to decipher and
all right now. So Ben Crump saying that they got their own team to take the audio and do what's right. They gonna put their bread. We heard what y'all saying on the internet. We heard everybody trying to break it down. We hear people getting paid to flip the audio and all this and that. We gonna get the original audio from the original people, and we gonna bring it to the original source and have real people that do this shit enhance them backgrounds, and we gonna really hear what the fuck happened. Ooh. So what if? Let me ask y'all. So what if what we expect? What was said, right? Everybody been saying what was said on the audio, right? What if they team hear that and more, right? Or what if they just don't hear nothing? What if they like, nah, we really can't. We made it out. We turned his voice down so we could hear more in the back. What if they find nothing? But what if they find that what was said online and more? Now it's time to start analyzing voices, right? Now it's time to see who said what, right? At that point, right? Now it's time to say, all right, who the fuck was behind you talking? Who said what? Because all of them motherfuckers got to come in and come talk. All of them. They have to come in, come on, talk. Whoever was on the boat, whoever in that video on the boat, they're going to have them do type of voice analysis, type of, how this going to go? And is Mississippi going to back them if they do it? Is Mississippi going to take their personal evidence like that in consideration? Let's go.
To render expert opinions on the validity, be able to decipher and to render expert opinions on the validity of the CETO 911 audio that seems to suggest things about the presence of Nolan. And so we are trying not to speculate. We're trying to investigate, but we are asking questions that don't add up to us. And that's what everybody's been doing, because everybody says, how can this 18-year-old college football player who's in tip-top shape just go missing and nobody knows anything? Nobody's seen anything. And the sheriff within, hours after he was discovered, his dead body, they claimed that, that no foul play, accidental drowning is what they suggest. And his family are saying, we can't accept that when you make that conclusion without doing no investigations. And so what they want is a full, impartial, fair investigation into what happened to Nolan Wells. In our community, we see people investigate it very zealously. And so we want the same thing for our children. We want them to zealously investigate this matter, just as if they would if the roles were reversed. And that's what I think has people in the minority community saying, hold on, we want to know what's on everybody's phone. We want to know social media, because all of that could become very relevant information as to what happened to Nolan Wells.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the woman that Nolan was hanging out with when he was at the island, Katie, her sister, Gracie, came out and said that Nolan intended to go back to the mainland with his friends, right?
Yeah, there seems to be a conflict in what they're saying. They said he stayed with the young lady. The young lady said, no, he got back on the boat. And so, that seems to be one of the biggest issues that everybody is trying to figure out, as well as the the independent autopsy where he had red discoloration at the back of his brain that was found in the second autopsy, and also the fact that the initial state medical examiner kept possession of Nolan Wells' throat. And we don't know why they did that. Our pathologist, Dr. Roger Mitchell, said when he was the chief medical examiner for the city of Washington, D.C., that they normally would do that it wasn't uncommon if they suspected that there might be some fracture or some compressions to the throat.
So after y'all did the autopsy, from what you know, what do you believe that was on the back of his neck?
We can't speculate. We know that we think Dr. Roger Mitchell should have the benefit of looking at all the autopsy notes and observations and photographs from the first autopsy, and then have, the state medical examiner.
Now y'all caught that? Because he said the reason why the state probably kept the throat is because, and this is from his medical examiner from the second autopsy, right? So they already knew that it was some type of discoloration that was in the back of his head. Okay. So the state probably kept the throat because that's where the real trauma was, probably to Nolan. So they kept the throat. And he said that when he worked for Washington, D.C., it wasn't uncommon for them to keep the throat or the piece of the body if the family or whoever decided, the lawyers or whoever decided to say they wanted a second autopsy, right? It's not uncommon for them to say, okay, well, we're going to keep this part because this is a part of our investigation to see if it was foul play within his death. You see what I'm saying? So, and that's the second medical examiner that told him this. So it's not a big deal that they didn't get the throat. He feel like, okay, that's hope that they really needed to investigate what really happened to Nolan, because obviously they don't want us to see it because it's a part of their investigation. Let's get back to it.
Be able to look at all of his notes from the second autopsy and try to work together to figure out what conclusions that they can draw from the autopsies, both of them. And then also waiting for toxicology. That becomes a factor in finding out the manner and cause of death. But Dr. Mitchell said, and this is a very, very important, he said, if it's a drowning, then that still doesn't answer the whole question of what happened to Nolan Wells, because he said then there are questions about, was Nolan Wells' condition of his body conscious or unconscious when he went into the water? Furthermore, he said, did he go into the water unforced or forced? He said all those things become factors.
Makes a lot of sense. And I know his friend Warren Hudson, he came out with an interview where he made a statement about how Nolan, he was drinking liquor on the boat. You heard about that?
Well, we don't know. We want the toxicology to come. We know when you hear the CETO audio call, it appears that there was some intoxication. But again, toxicology can tell us that. And people's firsthand eyewitness testimony can tell us that. We want answers. As I've said over and over again, I am for truth. No matter
if it was an accidental drowning, right? Why didn't they automatically do a toxicology report? You know what I'm saying, y'all? Am I tripping? Like, why wouldn't they just order that? That's not what they do, y'all. Like, let me know. That's not what they do. Like, they not allowed to, like, if somebody's that like accident, like if you was in a car crash, somebody was in a car crash, some shit like that, right? And you died in a fucking car crash, wouldn't they like take your fucking toxicology to say, oh, this person was intoxicated when they passed? You know what I'm saying? Like, wouldn't they do that? So the same for a drowning, if I'm not mistaken, like, right? Why you have to wait for a toxicology when if it was a so-called accidental drowning or however he supposedly passed, but his body was found in the water, why they just didn't automatically do it? I don't know, something fishy with that too, but let's go.
Who it implicates or who it exonerates. I am for justice no matter who it convicts or who it acquits. And I am certainly for transparency so all of us can see and we can have trust in the system that this was a fair, impartial, and complete investigation. That's what everybody would want if this was their child.
Excuse me, sir. How?
So that's the interview. At the end of the day, you gotta think, man, like it's still a lot of gaps, but it seemed like that's the next step. They feel like the reason why they didn't get the throat is because it may be a part of the investigation. The stories don't add up, whether he was on the boat, off the boat. Why would y'all keep his cell phone? And then at the end of the day, y'all calling his phone and y'all had it. That's crazy. I said that in one of my other lives. I said that. Why would y'all be calling the phone that y'all have in y'all possession if his phone was on the boat with y'all, but y'all calling? That didn't make sense to me. Like, that was simple. But as far as the last time his buddy, I think Warren, was it Warren who said no, I don't think it was Warren. One who did the interview, I forgot his name. The last time he said he seen them was at 3:00. The one who did the interview with Officer Tatum. But the GPS files say that the last time that the boat left, the time the boat left Horn Island was at like 4:31 or something like that. It don't add up because you said you was calling Nolan to get on the boat. Yeah, get on the boat, Nolan, get on the boat, get on the boat. Remember that? All right. But you last seen them at 3:00, but that was at 4:30 when y'all was leaving. So how y'all calling them on the boat at 4:31, but the last time you seen them was at 3:00? That didn't add up. All right. So yeah, man. Whew. Yeah, man. I ain't gonna lie. It's crazy when it come to that, man. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. All right, now let's get to the juicy stuff, y'all. Get to the juicy. Let's get to the juice, the juice, the juice. Officer Tatum decided to go on Jubilee, which is a show. Shout out Jubilee, which is a show that it's a debate show. It's a debate show. And Officer Tatum is most definitely in the hot seat. Oh yeah, he in the hot seat, y'all. He in the hot seat like a mother. But he kind of held his own. He made some points in some of the debates because the people who I guess they was like starstruck or they just didn't want to like really like, you know, come up there to be confrontational. But a lot of his points make you confrontational. And then you had some people that came up there just to be confrontational. They was just doing the most. So we're going to get into all of that. But at the end of the day, all of the points that's being made is good points. And I like them. I like all the points. I like, we're not going to judge, oh, this one, that one, this. We're not going to do that. We're going to keep it real. We're going to keep it gutter. You know what I'm saying? Political sports, man. You know what I'm saying? Scullyville. We're going to keep it real over here. So Officer Tatum had some good points. But then he had some bad ones too, to the point where you just be like, bruh. But let's get into it though. Y'all check this out. This real shit right here. Check it out.
Name is Trump and Republicans are better for the black community than Democrats.
If you'd like to be the first debater, get to that chair in 3, 2, 1.
Naima, nice to meet you.
Naima,
Yeah.
nice to meet you as well.
Before I do my rebuttal, I would just like to know why you think that.
Well, there's a myriad of reasons. I think that conservative policies are more beneficial to the black community. It's more beneficial to America, which black people are part of America. And I think that policies like limiting immigration or illegal immigration, getting illegal immigrants out of this country, lowering taxes, all benefit black people as a whole. Religious freedom, you name it, every single policy that I can think about that Republicans have implemented, that they stand for, the values they stand for are all better off for black people than Democrats could ever dream of.
How have you okay. But first of all, religious freedom is not just a Republican policy. I just want
The
that's just in
Republicans
the
are far
Constitution.
more believe in the freedom of religion than Democrats could ever dream of.
I don't want to harp on that. That's in the Constitution. That's just not
religion
true.
from
But
every single aspect of life. No.
But I just want to focus on which one of Trump's policies specifically has been designed to help the Black community.
Well, First Step Act has been designed to reverse the effects of over-policing from the past.
He has done that.
The First Step Act, yes, it was.
Okay.
To allow for people who were incarcerated with sentencing for drug dealing
Right.
and less violent crimes for them to have some relief. My uncle got out on the First Step Act.
Okay.
Urban revitalization.
Yeah.
Injecting money into these inner city communities. Permanent funding for HBCUs, which Barack Obama never did. Donald Trump implemented.
Okay.
I mean, I can go down a list.
Yeah,
And I think that lowering taxes and all the other benefits that Americans get is also beneficial to Black
So
people.
it's funny because I've watched some of your videos. I've heard these talking points before, and I actually looked into all of these. And there's not a ton of quantitative impact on how those have actually affected just the Black community. But let's talk about the Republican Party and Trump and his policies as a whole. Do you think that Trump reposting a video in which one of his supporters screams white power was beneficial to the Black community?
I'm not familiar with some video that he posted.
Well, I mean, you should be.
Let's talk about Democrat policy.
You should be.
Let's talk about Democrat
No,
policy.
see,
What
no.
Democrat
Now you're
policy-
obfuscating. You are the one who has
It
the burden.
says
No,
right
I'm
here-
sorry. I do not want to be interrupted.
It says right here
I do not want to be
that
interrupted.
Trump and
You are the
Republicans are
one-
better than the Democrat
yes, exactly.
policy.
So the burden of proof is on
it's not.
you.
That ain't a
Yes.
trial.
No, this is how a debate works. You've made a claim that you have to substantiate, and you
You're
have yet to
saying
do that.
I am wrong. So how are you correct in that Democrat policies are better than Republican
Well,
policies?
actually, do you want to know my personal
with it.
belief is that the Democrats are fundamentally kind of apathetic to the needs of Black people, while Republicans are openly antagonizing the Black community.
Give me an example.
So, I mean, so
what
an
policy
example.
position is negative towards Black people that Republicans implement?
Trump this year intentionally got rid of the disparate impact analysis. So what the disparate impact analysis does is that it analyzes laws that were made neutrally, policies that were intended to be neutral, to make sure that there were not any racial disparities as an effect of that policy, right? Accidentally. So Trump has removed the protection for the disparate impact analysis. So we don't know if the policies that we're enacting are disproportionately hurting the Black community or not.
That doesn't make any sense. Any policy.
It doesn't make any sense. I agree.
No, what
It's a
you're
bad
saying
idea.
does not make any sense because the policies that are implemented,
Yes.
the majority of the ones that are in Congress are agreed upon by the House and the Senate,
Right.
Democrats and Republicans.
Yes.
And so with that being said, there's Black people represented. There's
Yes.
all kind of
Well,
people
that's the
represented
point.
in creating our laws and
I know, but
policies.
that's the point.
So
But
what are you
not
saying that they're
everything-
not considering
But
whether or
here's-
not it has a disparate effect on Black?
So
Black
here's the
community.
thing. When you create a policy, obviously you are creating it in good faith, but we do not know always how that policy is going to affect the
Give me an
population.
example of a
Can I
policy.
finish
Give
talking?
me an
please?
example of policy.
But I'm trying to explain to
I'm running
you.
out of time.
So the point of the disparate analysis report is to check to make sure that the laws that we implement in good faith don't end up hurting the Black community by accident. Why would you get rid of that?
Why do you think he got rid of it?
Because
According
he's
to you,
racist.
to say that Donald Trump is racist is the craziest thing I've heard.
Donald Trump was, oh my God.
Have you?
Did y'all hear the room when he said that shit? No, to say Donald Trump is racist is the craziest thing I heard. The whole room said, "What?" The whole room, everybody in there said, "What?" Let's go, man. But look, though, I feel the points that she making, and we're gonna let them. I want y'all to hear each individual debate, and when they separate, then we'll talk about that one debate and the points that was made in that debate, whether Tatum won or whether one of the debaters won that's stepping up. And we're gonna hit the points that they made as we go through. So y'all, we're gonna be here for not a long time, but for a little minute. So get comfortable, man. You know what I'm saying? Go get your little jujus. You know what I'm saying? And please enjoy the show. Because we gotta hit these points, man. We gotta tackle some of this, man. Because at the end of the day, this is not just about him at this point. He's put in a hot seat by a bunch of liberals that have a lot of questions for this man that need to be answered. They really need to be answered. And he's a black man. That what makes it kind of like, bruh. So let's most definitely get back to it. But that's how we're gonna do it, y'all. We're gonna break it down debate by debate. Let's go.
Democrats and Republicans.
Yes.
And so with that being said, there's black people represented. There's
Yes.
all kind of
Well,
people
that's the
represented
point.
in creating our laws and
I know, but
policies.
that's the point.
So
But
what are you
not
saying that they're
everything-
not considering
But
whether or
here's-
not it has a desperate effect on black,
So
on the black
here's the
community?
thing. When you create a policy, obviously you are creating it in good faith, but we do not know always how that policy is going to affect the
Give me an
population.
example of a
Can
policy.
I finish
Give
talking?
me an
please?
example of policy.
But I'm trying to explain to
I'm running
you.
out of time.
So the point of the disparate analysis report is to check to make sure that the laws that we implement in good faith don't end up hurting the black community by accident. Why would you get rid of that?
Why do you think he got rid of it?
Because
According
he's
to you,
racist.
to say that Donald Trump is racist is the craziest thing I've heard.
Donald Trump was, oh my God.
Have you
Friend.
ever met Donald Trump personally?
No,
Have you don't know him?
no. So
Why would
you've
you
met
say
Donald
I've
Trump.
met Donald Trump several times?
So you're basing whether or not he's racist
You
just
don't
on
have any
your personal-
evidence. You're saying because he allegedly got rid of some desperate impact analysis that somehow that has something to do with race and it only affects black
But
people.
your evidence is anecdotal. Oh, Trump was nice to me
Give
one
me-
time,
I
therefore
have
he's
no-
not a racist.
I have no evidence to
Of
believe
course
that
he's
Trump
nice
is a
to you
racist.
because you are
Where's the
excusing
evidence that
his
Trump is a racist?
racism. Okay, I'll
Where's
give
it?
you more evidence.
Give me
In
evidence.
1973, his company was sued for violating the Fair Housing Act by openly discriminating
What was
against
the
black
findings?
renters.
What was the findings of that?
He was actually forced to settle.
It was forced to settle.
Yes,
made
he
a
was
decision
forced to settle. No, he had
There
to
was
settle.
no finding of fault.
Why
was it?
would someone settle
Was it
if they
finding
were
of
not
fault?
guilty?
You can make it.
Why
whatever
would
you
someone
want.
settle
You
if
can
he
say,
wasn't
why
doing
would,
it?
Was there a determination in court that he was at fault?
also forced to.
No. Was there
Yes.
a determination in court that he was at fault?
He settled, so they didn't have a determination in court. He got out of it by settling, which is what you do when you are guilty,
That's
but
not
you
true.
don't want to go to
That's
court.
not- that's not the
yes,
way our
that
sy-
is
that's
exactly
not the way
what
the
the point
system
of
works.
settling is. Yes,
No,
you
it's
settle
not.
out. Yes.
He had a dissent decree, which they agreed that he would implement certain things in his organization. There was no fault granted.
He was.
They did not prove
What were the
any,
things that
any
he had to
discrimin-
implement in his company?
recruiting. It was a form of it was that
I
he
think
had
you're
to
thinking
have,
about a different lawsuit against the Trump administration.
He had to make sure that they have job applications available to minorities.
No, this wasn't about jobs. This was about the Trump Corporation, the real estate. Yes, they violated the Fair Housing Act because
maybe we talking about something
I think.
different.
Well, there were
because
2 times he was sued for racism.
I only
as the
know of
issue.
one time.
Yeah,
he
well,
had a
you should
dis-
learn about the other one because
I
it
don't
was
think-
bad too. Yeah.
I don't think you know what you're talking about.
I don't think you
the
know what you're
dissent decree, which was established, there was no findings of Donald Trump being a racist, and his organization has been without fault.
No, that was.
You cannot find a court
That is not
document
true.
that says that Donald Trump officially discriminated against anybody.
He literally marked.
What's your next one?
He literally marked black applicants.
What's your next one? What's your next
Okay, are you-
example of Trump being a racist?
When he reposted the Obamas as monkeys.
Now he did not. He already said that he did not post that. It was somebody on his staff, and the post wasn't even about that. That was a
Bro,
real.
it was
that was
on
a real.
his
That was a real.
account.
And then when it came out, he denounced it. He said it was wrong.
It was on his account already.
One of the
How
staffers posted it.
Why would one of his staffers even have that? Even if it wasn't
You're
him,
making the
why
post
would
sound
he
like
not
the post was
post it?
about that. It was a meme created by somebody else. And
Are
at the
you
end of
really
the post-
defending depicting black people as monkeys? Like that's crazy.
And Hillary
That's
Clinton
crazy.
and Hillary Clinton was
Oh,
a,
and now
was
you're
a
gonna point-
pig, and it was all kind of people depicted as animals. It
Yeah.
wasn't just about Barack Obama. Did Donald Trump
Has
make the video?
any other president done that?
Did Donald
ever?
Trump make the video?
Has any other president done
No,
that?
no,
ever?
you're blaming him. Did Donald Trump make the video?
I don't know if he made it, but
No,
it
he
doesn't
did
matter.
not.
It's about
Did
what
he
he
denounce?
posts.
Did he denounce what they represented?
If I posted something that said "kill all of X people," that's
So-
what I
no, no,
believe,
no, it's-
right?
it's not true.
Even
Somebody-
if I didn't type it out,
That's not
and
true.
Put it in Canva
If you-
and then post
if
it.
somebody
it's
posted,
still what I believe.
If somebody posted some offensive on your account and you denounce it, is that a fair statement to say you don't believe in that?
No, I don't think that's true. I would like to be held accountable.
He
If somebody,
he said he didn't believe
if I
it.
hired someone to post on my behalf and they posted racist statements,
And you said,
that would be on me.
and you took it down,
No,
and you told them,
I'm sorry.
and you said to the world, you don't believe that to be
Officer
true.
Tatum, we have to pause here. All right, you have been voted out by the majority. Thank you so much for your
She got voted out by the majority because they all want to get a bite at the apple. They all want to get they want to taste it. They want to get his ass. But at the end of the day, I feel she won that debate. She made way more clearer points, to the point of him saying like Donald Trump is not a racist. It's very clear. Yeah, he's a racist. If he called LeBron James a racist, he's most definitely a racist. That shit crazy. LeBron James' white friends look probably at Trump like, fuck he say that for? David was like, what the fuck? Why would he say that? I'm telling you, even the person he was giving big ups to, Michael Jordan, sat back and was like, man, I don't know why the fuck this motherfucker said my name. And that shit, why the fuck this motherfucker said my name? Why, man, this young brother getting all this money, bro, I'm about to be in probably business with him, shoe deals. We probably about to, what would he say my name? That's probably how Michael felt. Yeah, Michael, we go golfing. He's the greatest in my book, not. And then you never know the way how competitive Mike is. He probably was sitting back like, yeah, Trump, tell his ass. Who knows, right? Everybody got ego trips and everybody got opinions about certain things. But as far as this debate, she was right. She was right about everything that she was saying. She really hit home with what she was talking about more than what Tatum was trying to fabricate as it's more of a one-sided fight outside of a two-sided battle, if that makes sense.
Thank you. I just built a budgeting app with Base 44.
Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now. Anything else?
Can this thing process invoices?
Can it show cost growth by category?
Can it track spending trends?
If you would like to be the next debater, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hey, how you?
So I'd like to talk about Trump and the Republicans, not specifically on Trump, but focusing upon the history of the Republican Party, because he's just the latest iteration of that, okay?
Yeah, let's do it.
So the Republican Party has a proven track record of giving platforms to sellouts who promote a message that harms Black people.
Who
And
is
I'll
that?
give you an
Who is the
example.
sellout that you give me an example?
Well, there are actually quite a few, but I'll start with the
Wait, hold on, let's
earliest
start with this
example.
premise. The first Black legislators,
Right.
or the first Black people in Congress, House of Representatives, were all Republicans.
Right. So let me explain that to you.
Is that a fact pattern?
Right. Yes. So basically what happened is the last of the radical Republicans, which was a segment of the Republican Party that passed the 14th Amendment, all of the amendments that gave Black people the right to vote and ensured that slaves would not be disenfranchised. He died in August 11.
No. Black people, I mean, Republicans unanimously voted.
He died in 1868 when the 14th Amendment was passed.
The
And then guess
Republicans
what?
as a whole
Right.
voted unanimously. The Democrats did not.
Right, but guess what? After the radical Republican faction left Congress,
Radical Republican. That's
yes,
not. That's the.
they are.
you
They
make
were.
that up.
They were a historic. No. That's a title. They were
who
historic.
was the radical Republican faction?
They were a segment of the Republican Party.
Who?
That
Name one.
Thaddeus Stevens. He's an example. They are the ones who created the Freedmen's Bureau, which was designed to assimilate ex-slaves into the national citizenry. After they left, the Republican Party constructed an oligarchy, which we called the Gilded Age, and in which we saw the fate of Black people decline. Black home ownership decline.
That is
Black voting decline.
I hope they fact check you on
all
this.
of that.
The Republicans unanimously voted.
No, not after that.
The Republicans unanimously voted for the 13th, 14th, and 15th
Yes,
Amendment.
under the leadership of the radical Republicans, and they were
Republicans
progressives.
Unanimously voted for the Civil Rights
Yes,
Act.
and then after the radical Republicans left, they stopped doing that.
When did the radical Republicans leave? You saying the radical
1868, the last person died.
That's
Yes.
not true.
It is 100% true.
Because
Now,
the
but wait,
Republicans unanimously
let me
voted
get back to what
for
I
the
was
Civil
saying.
Rights
Let me
Act.
get back to what I was saying.
The Republicans unanimously voted for the Civil Rights
You're
Act.
bulldozing and you're steamrolling
No,
because
is
you
that
don't want to
true?
hear what I have to say.
Let's quantify that point.
Listen, brother.
The Republicans
listen to
unanimously
what I
vote
have
for
to
the
say.
Civil Rights Act.
Listen to what I have to
Why
say
won't you
that
answer
you
that
can
question?
respond to it, okay?
Why won't you answer that question?
Booker T. Washington was feted by the white racist establishment. He had tea at Windsor Castle by Queen Victoria. He met Susan B. Anthony. He was allowed to create the Tuskegee Institute because he was promoting this myth of personal responsibility,
It wasn't
which
a
harms
myth.
Black people.
The most
Yes,
successful
it is.
documented Black man who lifted so many Black people from poverty to success was Booker T. Washington.
No,
The Tuskegee
he did not.
Institute
Jim Crow,
was incredible for Black success in
the
America.
institutionalization of Jim Crow was a direct result of his
No,
false
it's not.
message.
What was his false message?
His message
Personal
was that
responsibility?
Black people were not fit to participate in the political process.
not true.
Because slavery had set them backwards.
Where do
and
you
so
see
all of
that
the
Booker
Black
T. Washington mentioned
congressmen,
that?
This is facts. Booker T. Washington worked more with the government than any other Black activist during that time. Booker T. Washington most definitely wrote that when he was coming at people with the plan of the government and basically trying to convince them about certain things, he noticed that they wasn't with that. It was bad plans for their people in the long run, and they seen it. But they may have benefited from it at the time, but some was smart enough to know, like, eventually they're just gonna come and take that, and that's just gonna be just a piece of paper. That most of our people don't even know how to read, and then the way you even explaining it, we just out of slavery, and the way you explaining it is like you want us to put all our confidence in you. He noticed it was hard for him to try to get a Black following. He needed free people. Booker T. Washington needed free people. He needed educated Black people, not slave people. And that's why he said what he said as far as slavery set us back as a race, which is understandable, but the way his meaning of it was foul by saying, by degrading us as a people, saying as if we're not smart enough to ever be able to, how can I say, accomplish or even be considered able to sit at the table with people that has the knowledge to change the world and invent things. And they always knew we was creators, so they never took that from us. But in other things, it was different though, you know, like in other aspects, it was different. Damn, they took me down. Jubilee, come on, for real. Same old shit, different day, dog. We back. Look like they said the stream was down temporarily or some shit. Add my shit right back to the stage. Let's go. But yeah, that's what I was. That's if y'all didn't know what I was saying. Basically, like, yeah, Booker T was saying that Black people wasn't able to sit at those tables because slavery set us back. You know what I mean? Like, as far as him working for the government more than he was working for the people. He was trying to persuade Black people to do what he wanted us to do for the government. And a lot of us seen through his bullshit, and he noticed that. That's why he went to calling it like, yeah, they too far. They'll never get it. Just because we just didn't agree with it. Yeah. Let's get back into this though.
In his book.
You said he mentioned that Black people were not fit to participate
that
in
is
the
the whole thesis of Up From Slavery.
No, it's
Did
not.
you read the book?
I did not read the book.
There you go. Then you don't know what you're talking about.
I know other.
Let me tell you something, brother. I am a
things.
history teacher.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
I teach in the public school
Let me
system.
finish what I'm
You
saying.
are uneducated.
Let me finish what I'm saying. You cannot
you don't
teach
know
in the
what you're
public school
talking
system
about.
if you're telling me that Republicans did not unanimously vote for the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment and the Civil Rights Act.
given
You cannot tell me you're a teacher
as
if you are not, and you do not understand.
You are
Wait,
lying
guys,
about
do not talk over each other. We can't hear anything either you were saying.
He's not allowing me to make a single point.
Because I'm making points.
No, because you're afraid.
Of what?
Of the truth.
I just explained to you.
When
I
you
just
earn,
explained to you.
when
Why
you
can't
earn a
you answer-
living off of lies, you are afraid of the
Give
truth.
me a lie that I've told.
The idea that Republican policies benefited black people, and that is not true.
I just gave you Republican policies.
No, let me give you an example.
Give me examples that they've hurt black people.
I'll give you an example. During the Hoover administration, 43% of the black people who were employed in domestic work. And the reason for that is because they were shut out of truly gainful employment. And the segment who was hurt the most were black men. Black women could get jobs as maids and things of that sort. But black men, any job that gave them the opportunity for social dignity, value, and worth, they were systematically denied. And a lot of it had to do with Booker T. Washington's message. Now, guess what?
Booker T. Washington's.
Basically, what he's saying is like corporation job. God damn. They're really not about to let me play it, dog. Yeah, let's try it like that. Add it to the stage. Keep me up, dog. Bro. All right, y'all, we back. God damn, man, I can't even play the debate, man. They keep hitting me, y'all. Let me see if they hit me if I play it like this. They hit me again.
Message has been harmful.
That I have.
You have not
I've
read the book.
portions of his message.
No, read the whole book.
I will read the whole book. But you cannot sit here and tell me that Booker T. Washington's message was
It hurt
disenfranchising to black people.
And guess what?
That's not true.
Guess what he acknowledges in his book?
So the Tuskegee Institute was detrimental to black people.
Guess what he said?
No. Was the Tuskegee
yes, it was.
Institute
And let me tell you
detrimental to black
why.
people?
He acknowledged that
is
the
insane.
people in Tuskegee, Alabama, the white community there, only allowed him to create that institute because he assured them he would not be teaching them anything that would lift them out of domestic status, anything that pertained to higher education, any knowledge of their history, or just the humanities, anything that white people took for granted in normal universities. It was designed to keep black people oppressed. That was the point.
Up from slavery. Booker T. Washington had a message of black success and personal accountability and responsibility.
And it's
he
a
did
lie.
not
And it's a
depend
lie.
on the government to do the things that black people could already do.
Yes, he did deny on the government.
He did not.
Yes,
he did not make his mission and his plan to
Yes,
say
he
that
did.
black people should depend on the government.
This is the lie
That is a
for
lie.
everybody who is listening to me. The lie is that Black people should focus solely upon family and their economic status and ignore agitations for social equality. No,
It's
and he actually
prioritizing
says,
the family,
he actually says in that
personal
book
responsibility.
that agitations for social equality are the extremist folly because Black people are not prepared to be social equals to white people. He actually says that
That's
has
not-
been the
that's not a
program of the
pejorative.
Republican Party ever since.
First of all, that's a lie.
And now, guess what else
That's
happened?
a lie.
So, after
why did the Democrats have, until Cory Booker recently, had the longest filibuster against the Civil Rights Act?
Right, I'll tell you
The
why.
longest in history,
So basically, what
besides the
happened
recent one.
is prior to that act, there were a number of Dixiecrats who were the inheritors,
Racist Democrats.
I'll tell you, the inheritors of slavery, chattel slavery, and then Jim Crow era that
Racist
took its
Democrats.
place. Guess what? After those acts, the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act were passed,
Unanimously
guess
by
what?
Republicans.
There was a 20 to 30% shift away from the Democratic Party into the Republican Party. And then, surprisingly, Nixon begins his war on drugs, which is a part of his law and order program. And guess what happens? Black people become 6 to 7 times higher to be arrested for drug abuse versus white people. They are mass incarcerating us, and it is directly tied to Republican policy.
Okay, we have to pause here. We have to pause here. You have been voted out by the majority. Thank you so much. If you would like to be the next debater, get to that chair in 3, 2, 1. Ooh.
Watch out now. How you doing?
So your claim is that Trump and Republicans are better for the Black community than Democrats.
Yes.
I wanted to ask, just in terms of him refusing to sign not only the Affordable Housing Act, but also refusing to sign the bipartisan 2024 bill when it comes to putting more money on our borders, right? Because you talked about immigration. Why would he refuse these acts if, in reality, if we put more money there, we would have more officers and less fear, and we would be able to actually have legal immigration streamlined more cleanly? Because the question is not, I'm guessing you're not against immigration, you're against illegal immigration. Or,
For the most part, I'm against how much immigration we're actually allowing in this country when people in America have needs that we need to address here.
How do you measure that?
We allow 1 million immigrants legally in the United States of America every single year. And we all in here care about the issues that go on in the Black community. I would argue that Black people need the financial support that we're giving these immigrants that are coming over here. I think it's not right.
Illegal immigrants actually don't get federal support.
They do get federal support.
Illegal immigrants, fact check that. Illegal immigrants do not have federal support. But actually, what I will say is that immigrants overall pay taxes. Illegal immigrants do not get federal support.
Get access to
illegal
social programs.
Immigrants?
They get access
Illegal
to
immigrants or
Medicare.
immigrants?
They get access to all immigrants, but illegal immigrants do as well.
Oh, I'm talking about specifically the border bill. Why did he reject that?
Because bills are not isolated. It's got a bunch of minutia, a bunch of spending that he doesn't agree with, and the Republicans don't agree with.
What did he not agree with?
All of those bills have
no, actually,
excess
a lot
spending.
of Republicans. It was a bipartisan bill.
Well, then why? You tell me why he didn't sign it.
No, I'm asking
No,
you.
you tell me why he didn't sign it. Then
I'm asking you.
You're saying that he's doing it because he's
No,
racist.
I'm not saying. I didn't say that. Why are you putting one to? I genuinely, I'm trying to ask you, why didn't he?
The bill is not just singularly about border patrol.
But
It's
okay,
not.
we're talking about healthcare.
We do have to pause
By
here.
2034, 10 million Americans are going to lose their healthcare.
I'm so sorry. Thank you both so much.
So that's
love the passion, though.
This video got
Time moves fast.
Good in the Black community than harm.
All right.
Good in the Black community than harm.
The normal price when you go to getkickoff.com/surrounded today. That's kickoff without the C. Get KIKOFF.com/surrounded.
Must sign up via GetKickoff.com/surrounded to activate offer. Offer applies to new Kickoff customers first month only. Subject to approval. Offer subject to change. Average first year credit score impacted plus 86 points between August 2024 and August 2025. For Kickoff credit account users who started with a score below 600, who paid on time, and who had no delinquencies or collections added to their credit profile during the period. Late payments may negatively impact your credit score. Individual results may vary.
Thank you to Kickoff for sponsoring this episode. Now let's get back to the show.
My next surrounded claim is that police officers do more good in the Black community than harm.
All right, if you would like to be the next debater, get to the chair in 3.
So this next debate is that the police do more good in the Black community than harm. Anybody out there feel this is going to be very interesting? Put your hats on, roll you up some gas, because it's about to get interesting. It's most definitely about to get interesting.
3, 2, 1.
I want to hear why you think that police do more good in the Black communities than harm.
Well, when you look at the functionality of law enforcement, meaning that the people who perpetuate crime in the Black community are arrested by law enforcement officers, removing them from the community, removing the predators, the drug dealers, and all of that from the community, which is a good thing. And I cannot name other things that are harmful that outweigh all of the good that the police officers do.
How did the police first come about?
You be more
Slave
detailed
patrol.
than that. That's not true.
Yeah, it's
the police.
literally
That's two different functionalities. They can fact check it.
It's
That's
the
two different
origins.
functionalities.
The origins.
You're talking about slave patrols and modern day policing is completely different.
The origins of.
Yeah, dude is right. The slave patrol was founded was like the first policing ever in this country. The slave patrol. Basically, they used to catch escaped, enslaved, and unenslaved escapees, basically, like bounty hunters. That was the first form of policing. Up north, it wasn't as racial, but it was racial too. But it was like the same up north also. But yeah, these guys used to basically hunt people down, and they used to police basically to keep the community safe, like policing. It started with the capturing of slaves.
Policing.
That's not true.
Within the United States of America,
It's not true.
derived from the slave patrol.
That's
They
not
still
true.
use the same badges.
That's not true.
The same, the
That's not true.
stars on the.
That's not true.
Fine. That's
the
fine.
functionality of slave
That is
patrols
also-
and the jurisdiction of
That's
slave.
true. They still use the same badges. Yeah, that star. That's what it means. Like that star. That is the truth. What he's saying, they still use the same star and everything. That's facts. You can look it up. You can fact check it. It's the truth.
Patrols have versus the functionality and jurisdiction of law enforcement is completely
the
different.
entire premise
That's
of
not true.
slave patrol. That's fine. That's fine.
That's not
Listen,
true.
okay, cool. So you don't think there's an issue with policing in the Black community?
No.
You don't think there's an issue with stop and frisk?
No.
You don't think that there's an issue with like flock cameras and geo tracking?
No.
Got it. Okay,
I think
cool.
that helps eliminate crime.
Sure. Have you ever heard of the Veil of Darkness study?
No, I have not.
Okay. The Veil of Darkness study was a study that was completed where 95 million traffic stops were actually checked across the United States of America. Vast pool, right? The methodology accounted for the time of day, for traffic, location, different shifts. Would you like to know what they found in that study when it came to policing and Black people?
That Black people commit more traffic violations than other people.
No.
That is true.
Black people were stopped for more
Why?
traffic violations. Hold on, I got you.
Because they commit more
I got
traffic
you.
violations.
You don't know the study.
I
How are
do.
you going to answer?
I know what other studies and statistical data points show.
Okay, then give me another
That's
study
why-
that
that's
actually.
why-
Oh, sure.
You
Let me
think they
finish.
just
Let me
pulling Black
finish.
people over just because they see a Black person driving down the
Literally,
street? That's
the
not
Veil
true.
of Darkness
You
study.
have no evidence.
The Veil
that.
of Darkness
None.
study that was done by Stanford and backed up by the CDC actually showed that what happens is during the day, police officers use racial bias because they
That's
can
not true.
see
That's
people
not true.
and they pull people.
You've never-
I'm going to
you've
finish
never
my sentence.
made a traffic
I'm
stop in your
literally
life.
going to finish. I'm literally going
I'm
to
gonna let you
my sentence.
finish.
They pull Black people over during the day at a disproportional rate than white people, but at nighttime, when you can't see and it's harder to tell someone's actual race, then the average drops and it equals out.
Okay, let
They
me tell you
actually
why.
found that in the study, 95 million traffic violations, that when you can't see someone's race, you focus on
Let
the
me-
traffic violations
Let me,
versus
let
the
me
day
tell you why
you
your
focus on
let
the
me
people.
tell you why your study is flawed. for one reason, I was a police officer many years. I do traffic stops during the day, and you cannot always tell the race of a person during the day, no matter what. Secondary, I agree. They're secondary. When you are patrolling, majority of the black people that you engage with live in what? Black communities.
Over police.
So you're going to make an excuse. We can get to that.
I'm not making an excuse.
You're making an
I'm just
excuse.
telling you.
When you're in a black community, you only have options to pull over black people.
Give me any type of empirics that disagrees with the veil of darkness study.
Let me finish. I believe that there's clearly a flaw in what you're saying this study represents.
Sure.
Because
How can you
in the
critique
black
methodology if
community,
you haven't looked at it?
in the black community,
Basically, it's saying in the black community that the police is more aggressive with us than they is in the white community. That's why we get hacked up and pulled over more, because they expect us to be doing what we're not supposed to be doing more than they be expecting these white folks not to be doing what they supposed to be doing. Makes sense? So in a way, the study is adding up because we do get pulled over and hacked up way more than them. And in the daytime, it is more vivid because you can obviously notice if you can see somebody black by looking at the hands on the steering wheel. That's cop 101, and you're lying, Tatum, because you know he wouldn't know that. But you could definitely know the race of somebody if they got their hands at the top of the steering wheel. And if not, if it's unidentifiable, then even when you run the plates, the name, you'll know, like if it's a Marcus or, you know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna have like no Tommy Lee Jones or some shit like that if you run the plates to get the insurance and stuff. You feel me? Like, so come on, bro. You know you could identify if the person black or not before you pull them over. Stop with that. He know it. So that's cap. I'm calling cap on the play right there. All right. But at the end of the day, this is a good debate, and they both making good points. But Tatum is not sync with the black community because he feel like it's not a problem with them with search and frisk and doing all of this, but they don't do that in the white communities though. So why they do it in the blacks? Is what dude trying to get to, and the statistics prove it. That's what caused more black people to hate the police, envy the police, don't want to feel like they could depend on the police because they always getting harassed by the police. You know what I mean? It's like a whole nother entity of this government that we're already fighting. A lot of black people feel, man, in the hood. So just to let y'all know, let's go.
I have plenty of other.
You got trust me, bros.
I did it for a living.
Yeah, that's cool.
And
story,
you did not.
Bro.
So
I've looked at the information.
I'm telling you why the study. I'm telling you why the study is wrong.
Do you think your one-off experience is indicative of all policing around the country?
I'm telling you why your study is off. When you're looking at patrolling in black neighborhoods, you cannot. How are you going to make a fair comparison to how many white people pulled over versus black people when there's only black people present in the black neighborhood? The veil of darkness cannot get in the minds of a police officer and determine whether or not the police officer pulled a person over because of their color or the violation.
It literally shows. If you look at the data set,
and prove that a cop was looking at a black man in a racially targeted.
The veil of darkness study, it shows not only the reason why they were pulled over, but it shows the ones that were thrown out.
How do you know the reason why they pulled over?
Disproportionately pulled over.
Disproportionality
does not speak
to whether or not
there
it's
was
malicious.
a disproportion of black violations that were thrown out.
It doesn't matter.
Why?
Disproportionality
Why
does
is
not.
it so many black people pulled over and then so many of the violations were thrown out?
You got to look at it like this. If you're looking at traffic stops across the country, different jurisdictions have different mandates and they have different standards for what they throw out as traffic violations. So you cannot make a generalization across the entire country.
Yes, you can. You know what's consistent across the entire country? White supremacy.
That's
white supremacy.
How is white
is
supremacy have anything to do with a traffic stop?
It's literally racism. They're literally trained.
You're projecting your bias. Tell me how they're trained. Have you been through police training?
No, I have not.
I went through police training.
Sure, cool story.
And they do not teach discrimination.
Why is it that
in police training?
Why is it that police officers spend more time in black neighborhoods?
They're committing more crimes.
They're not.
Yes, they are.
Who commits the most violent crimes in America today?
Per capita, black
not
people
per capita, period.
Black people do.
No, white people.
No,
white men.
That's a lie.
FBI data. Fact check it. FBI data shows that white men specifically commit the most violent crime in the United States of America. If you're talking about property crimes, yes, it's black people.
I'm talking about violent crimes.
Violent crimes, it's white men, including CSAM. White men, if you could talk per capita with CSAM, you can talk numbers. White men disproportionately represent CSAM and violent crime.
Murder rate and violent crimes disproportionately represented in the black community.
All right, we're gonna have to pause here. So I'm glad you guys took a pause. You have been voted.
For that fact check, for sure, let me put this out there right fast. It says the newest complete FBI raised by officer arrest data from 2024 among violent criminal arrests. The FBI raised interpretation. I guess that's what they say. White individuals' accuracy for 52.7%, while black individuals accounted for 43.2%. So yeah, obviously it's more white people that's doing the killing. White men rather than black men. And they just had a dude in Idaho, I believe, that just killed like 5 people. Or he killed like 3 or 4 people, I believe, and he injured like 5. I was a white guy who did that with an assault rifle in the parking lot. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go though. This is the next debate they got coming up, which is a pretty good one. I like this. I like this.
Out. Thank you so much.
Give me 10 minutes. She's making up stats.
If you would like to be the next debater, get to that chair in 3, 2, 1.
All right. Everything I heard, everything I've listened to thus far, I think you're full of shit. You're a police officer.
No, give me an example of what I've said that wasn't true.
Let me get to it.
Give me something I said that wasn't
don't think
true.
anybody here would disagree that good policing is bad. We're talking about bad policing. We're talking about bullshit policing. We're talking about the kind of policing that puts gentlemen like you and me in prison for unjust crimes. You like to cite that you're a police officer. Let me cite my professional background. Let me cite my professional background.
I have been in that profession.
10 years writing policy in government.
You weren't
at
a
the
police
local
officer.
And
But you weren't a
state of
police
California
officer.
levels. And
You never arrested
weren't-
anybody.
You didn't write policy. I did.
I enforced the law.
So, okay, I write the law.
But you don't enforce the law.
You don't enforce the law.
I
You don't
enforce the
enforce
law.
the law appropriately.
You just made it
You
up.
like to use one-offs. Let me use a one-off.
You don't need to use one off. You just made
in
it
the
up.
city of San Diego, there was a black police officer that sued the San Diego Police Department
Anecdotal.
with regard to, I mean, bro, all day you've been coming up with me. Now
I got
it's
statistical data
anecdotal.
points. Where do you want to go?
Like, I need you to keep that same
Black
energy,
people
bro.
commit
I need you to
over
keep the
half of
same
all violent
energy.
crimes.
And that's the problem with black conservatives like yourself. You don't know how to keep
You're
the same
just
energy.
talking emotionally.
It was
Give me
me,
some
me,
facts.
me. Well, I'm trying to give you facts.
come on with it.
You supposed to be a police officer. Hold your head, bro. Hold your head. You interrupted everybody, bro. I got
You're
what,
here to
2-3
debate me.
minutes.
I'm not here to listen to you talk in circles.
But you talking like you was a state trooper, you was a Secret
But I know
Service.
cops.
and
I
them.
know cops all across the country.
But I did too.
I know
I did
policy.
too.
I know.
I
all
do
that.
too.
I get to your point.
You don't know policy because you never.
We're talking about police.
I said, man, he talking like you was a state trooper. Like, he came straight up there for the bullshit. Straight up. He came. Officer Tatum ain't even letting him really talk. Like, I ain't gonna lie, he keep cutting him off. He can't even think of his next point. He not letting him like just keep talking, getting his shit off. And Officer Tatum know what he doing. You know what I mean? He gonna keep hitting him with the little short interruptions every time he try to talk. You're not talking. You're not making no point. Hit me with some facts. And all is like he just it's a back and forth, and dude just trying to like go at his character outside of go at his beliefs, his political beliefs. You know what I mean? Which everybody else is coming up there to do. State facts about something that's going on within the community, and you coming up there strictly just to get on his ass on that bullshit. When he first sat down, he said, "First of all, you're full of shit." That's what he told him. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, like, nah, man, you don't start no debate like that. But let's go. Let's get back into it.
No.
Community.
I
We're not talking about
want to
policy
hold
right
you
now.
to account because police officers like you don't like accountability. So I want to hold you to account. I'm trying to get my story out, and if I can finish my story.
This is not story time, man. The point is police do more good.
The point was
police do more good.
The point was with regard to
community.
training, the San Diego Police Department showed a video training officers of that department depicting Black people as primary perpetrators of crime. That's not true. My last guy that was just up here, who commits the most crimes in America?
Black
is
people,
white people. Name me the last Black mass murderer in America.
I mean,
That shot up schools.
It happened in the hood every day.
I didn't ask about the hood.
I said the last national Black probably, man, what the hell? I'd probably say the DC sniper, y'all. You know what I mean? That's that from what I could think of from our time right now. I say the DC sniper was like the last, because everybody just knew that was a white man doing that, but it was a Black dude with a Black kid at that. But he wasn't. I don't even think he was from here like that. He was from somewhere else, but he was like a citizen here though, you know. So it's like, yeah, you're a Black man, you're American, you Black. Sniper training, all this other shit. He had like a full background on like that type of stuff. But at the end of the day, that's the last Black mass murder I could think of, and he was doing that, trying to kill his baby mama, trying to cover it up, killing a lot of innocent people. I remember the DC sniper. Man, that was crazy. That was a crazy story. I remember when that was going down, man. They had people way down south, and that was in Washington, D.C., up there towards like the northern areas, the way he was killing people, right? Yeah, people way in the south on curfew and shit, like no bullshit. Like you don't know where the DC sniper will strike next. Like what the hell? You got somebody out here that's knocking people off with a sniper rifle. I remember that, man. So yeah, that's the last one I could probably think of right there.
Mass
That's
murdering.
mass shooting, bro. Go to Chicago on the 4th
What's the
of July.
definition of a mass
It's a
shooter?
mass shooting.
What's the definition
2 or
of a
more
mass
people
shooter?
shot. It's a mass shooting, according to the FBI. I could tell you to go to any inner city in the United States of America and go just this past weekend, and you've seen multiple mass shootings that occurred in that community. I don't know them by name.
I can
but
cite you Columbine. I can cite you Sandy Hook.
You're talking about a shooting isolated at a school. We're talking about violence. We're talking about murder rates. Black people commit over half of all murders in this country. Is that true or not?
That's not true.
That is true. What are you saying?
All right, we do have to pause here.
Black people commit disproportionate amounts and over half of all violent crimes in this country.
Okay, Officer Tatum, both of you guys, we have to stop here because you have been voted out. Thank you so much for your time. If you would like to be the next debater, get to that hot seat in 3, 2, 1.
All right, what's up, bro?
I would argue that the resources, that the cost of hiring a police officer could be significantly better used in revitalizing the Black community rather than affording more cops. As you've seen in the city of New York, when they increased the amount of funding they're putting in schools, when they increased having childcare for people, when they increased training for people to get jobs, they saw the lowest crime rate that they've seen in years.
Right. This is where I think we can agree on. We got to walk and chew gum at the same time. As we see resources provided and crime go down, then we can begin to shrink the availability of law enforcement in that said community. You don't do one before the other. You can't just say, I'm going to take resources from the law enforcement officers. Crime will go out of control. If I was to concede to your point, we need to see these crime statistics begin to decrease. Therefore, you can justify decreasing law enforcement. You cannot think that because you build a park, that somebody ain't gonna be shooting and acting a fool in the hood. That is a generational thing that's gonna have to happen. And right now, we still got people out today that don't give a F about a park. We've seen plenty of cases that people have built incredible schools, they built parks, roadways, availability to activities for people, and they still out here cutting up. And a lot of it is the way people are raised, the culture that people are embracing. And I would argue that Black people are embracing that wasn't even Black culture to start with. Those things need to be addressed, and they are the most detrimental to the Black community than even funding and defunding police.
And I hear you, but I still agree that.
All right, we're gonna have to pause here. I'm so sorry. You have been voted out by the majority. If you would like to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
So,
I just want to take a second to acknowledge that you're being roasted and you're being very polite about it. So thank you for that.
I'm doing what?
I say you're getting roasted right now, but you're being very polite about it, and I appreciate that.
Oh, thank you for your conceding to my arguments. Okay.
I wouldn't say that, but okay. So you're familiar with broken window policing, right?
I'm familiar in part.
Yeah, just for people that don't know, it's just the uniform enforcement of both significant and insignificant laws, right? And I think we could both agree that there are laws in this country that shouldn't exist, right? Or just
give me an example, because I can't concede to it if I don't know what you're talking about.
Marijuana, right? Like in the state of Texas, if you're caught with marijuana, you can be a felon, right? I think we can both agree that that's dumb.
I don't agree to that. I mean, people vote on it and they'll pass what the majority believe. I don't agree to that.
Sure.
I think in some cases marijuana should be illegal. I think medical marijuana should be legal. I mean, obviously.
Well, yeah, sure, but based all marijuana, but I think we can both agree that if you have like a felony conviction, that stunts your ability to earn and provide for your family, right?
Yeah, you knew that before you committed the felony, right?
Yeah, but like I think certain laws. Well, first of all,
you're talking felonies. You're not talking misdemeanor. Felonies are very intense things that you do that cause you to get a felony. It's not just having weed on you.
Not exactly. Because if you're caught with a wax pen, right, that can be considered a felony equivalent to if you had like cocaine or something like that.
Depending on what state you're in.
Yeah,
but
depending on the state.
If that's the case, but
right.
you know that before
you as well.
You know that before you do it.
Sure.
And so you make the decision. You make the decision. Everybody in here make decisions. They're not going to do that because you don't want a felony on your record because you want to be successful and be able to get a job. Is that fair?
But that's
personal responsibility.
But let's interrogate the central claim. You're saying that police in Black communities do more good than harm, right?
Exactly.
So if you're caught smoking a blunt on your porch and you become a felon for the rest of your life, and then you're relegated to like being like doing menial labor for the rest of your life, right? When you could have had a lot more prospect, isn't that the police causing more harm to your life?
No, it's just don't smoke weed and you won't have to worry about the police.
So are the laws enforced equally across the races?
It is.
No, they're not.
What's your proof? What's your proof to that?
So
the proof is right there. You just said it. Like the proof is y'all willing to charge us for a felony. Right? Y'all willing to charge us for a felony for some bud and ruin us from getting a job, from being prosperous in the future, which is going to hurt me. And you got to think like this here too, y'all. That stress get passed down. Them kids see, you know what I'm saying, you smoking cigarettes. Them kids see you stressing. Them kids see you getting up, busting your ass, going to work every day. Them kids see that. And in a way, that same trauma get passed down to them, unless the parents are strong enough to like go through that and make sure their kids can make it out of that. But that stressful trauma that's passed through down sometimes within DNA through generations of generations, like even within the food that we eat, everything is like passed down. Like when you're a kid, you'll be like, man, I ain't eating no goddamn chillings. Get old enough and let somebody cook them and bring you some. You'll be like, man, what I've been missing out on. Like you probably like them. You never know. Them old taste buds coming back. That's reminding you probably from another lifetime who you really are before you leave this lifetime. And probably reincarnating to your next lifetime. But that's another story for another day. The whole point of what I'm saying is that's an example of it right there. You're going to charge me for something petty, which is going to hurt me. Like, it's a recreational drug. It ain't like it's going to kill me. You never heard of nobody overdosing on no bud unless they done laced it with some bullshit. Or somebody done laced somebody else up with some bullshit. They done been tampering with it or something. Man, you just grow this shit straight from the earth, man, you could. So you going to ruin my life because you caught me smoking the J. Or I had a little pen or something, right? But you got a 34 count convicted felon as our president? Come on.
Black people in this country, right, are statistically found to have been given larger sentences for the same crimes compared to their white counterparts.
See, let me give you some more information to give you a better perspective. A lot of it is because people have committed multiple crimes before they get to the final crime sentencing. Yes, it is.
Even for first-time offenders.
Give me an example. Where do you see, now here's what, and everybody should acknowledge this, where do you see in this country a judge This judge gave a white person a different sentence than a black person in that same courtroom.
Statistically, you can still see that minority offenders are given harsher sentences for the same crimes compared to the white counterparts.
And a lot of times it's because they already have previous charges. I'll give you an example of people that's in my family. Sure. You know, 2 people that I know, I'm not going to say what position they're in my family, got 20 years in prison for armed robbery. 25 years in prison for armed robbery. The reason he got 25 years is because he had already committed a robbery. He got 5 years before that. Another one of my cousins got 75 years in prison for shooting 3 people. The reason he got 75 years, and some people didn't get that, because he had already been a prohibited possessor. He was already a convicted felon, and he had drugs in the car. Those contributing factors is what lead many black people who already have a criminal record to being sentenced at a higher rate. You cannot find a judge that gave a black person a higher sentencing than they gave a white person. If you find that judge, I think everybody in here will be against that judge. And I would march and protest a judge that we can find doing that. You won't find it.
All right, we're gonna have to pause here because you've been voted out by the majority.
Thank you.
They had a case real recent where this kid got sentenced to 35 years. His name is Carmelo Anthony. By a judge with a similar case, gave another kid 15 months probation, if I'm not mistaken. Look up his casework. I don't think the other kid died, but it was attempt murder. We're supposed to carry a harsher charge than murder because the person lived to say this person was really trying to kill me. I think he stabbed the kid like 4 or 5 times. I can find the paperwork, pull it up for you. The old case, but the same judge did that. But he gave this kid, because he did kill him, don't get me wrong, gave him 35 years. 35 years. And then they'll probably say, well, the judge didn't do that. The jury selection did that. I wonder what's going on with the Canelo Anthony shit, because nobody really been talking about it, and that kid's still behind bars. I wonder how all the hype, all that proactive black, all that's gone. Nobody been saying nothing about this kid. Nobody. Let's get into this one. With that one, I think he made some all right points, but I don't think he was all the way on point with what he was trying to like express. He was just letting him catch the floor.
One.
Oh.
I don't think he was being serious.
What's up?
What's up, bro?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Good.
Let's have some fun. I want to approach this from a place of curiosity, because the thing that troubles me about a lot of the way you structure your arguments is that it seems to suggest to me that you perhaps believe that there's some moral deficit that black people have that inclines us to commit more crimes.
I don't believe
and I
that.
guess my question is, what do you think that moral lack is?
I don't really think I don't think it's a sweeping generalization that every black person somehow is born inherently evil or inherently a criminal. I think that there's different things that do cause people to fall down a path of committing crimes, which is what their fathers did and what their mothers did.
One might say context and systemic racism. Or
I don't think it has. I think it had much to do with racism.
No.
I don't think it has. Like for instance, we can isolate criminal activity that happened in the black community that has no hand or involvement from white people.
Yeah.
You know, a young man deciding to grab a gun and do a shooting has nothing to do with white people. A young man having sex with 5 and 6 women, getting them pregnant and not standing up for his responsibilities has nothing to do with white people.
See, but when you tell stories like that, it seems to suggest that you're saying that black people are responsible for all of that versus these isolated incidents, these mythical isolated incidents that you're bringing up. I guess
I'm saying it's personal responsibility.
So you're saying
there's no white man there.
There's an epidemic of personal responsibility inside the black community.
I agree with
How
that.
do you measure that?
By looking at the effects of it, looking at what black people are doing over time.
So earlier, people have come up and given you a vast number of statistics that indicate systemic racism, inequality, poverty, education. It's happened over and over again. Yet you claim black people have an epidemic of personal responsibility, but you can't give a single statistic that indicates that. How do you
have
measure
an
that?
epidemic of personal responsibility. You see the outcomes.
Is it the rap music?
That's one indicator.
Yeah. It's rap music.
It's rap music.
Let the bodies hit the floor. Who wrote that song?
let me give you an example of why this is different.
Yeah.
Let me give you an example of why this is different.
Come on. Let's talk about rap.
And I'm gonna tell you how it has a negative effect on black people.
Yeah.
White people actually listen to rap music way more than black people do. They purchase it more. But black people are living the stuff that's in the music. White people fantasize of what it may be like to run up on your op and shoot somebody and kill them and go to prison.
Bars. Come on.
And selling dope in the hood to your own people.
Yeah.
Black people are living it. It's a reality and it's reinforced. You cannot tell me that that's not a form of brainwashing.
I've listened to a lot of rap music. You know what I've never done? Shot up a school.
What does a school guy do anything?
I think you try to create this image.
That there's no,
this is what I mean by you seem to suggest that there's
no negative.
Lack.
No, you're saying that there's no.
Well, the point he making is them kids, the white kids express the way they do certain shit, and the influence they get from rap music is different from what black kids get. It Tatum trying to say they out there really living it, sliding and doing killing, but he's saying it like, man, these kids be killing. They go to each other homes and kill two of their friends and plan it and videotape it, and they go to schools and shoot up schools and all kind of crazy goofy shit like that. But what up, Rose? Rose the toast in the building, man. My nigga Rose. So yeah, man. So like it's like it hit different, bro, when you fall from out of, you know what I'm saying, reality, dog. Like you can't say the music is just what's influencing them dudes to do that in the hood. Quiet as kept, that shit been going on. They just starting to rap about it. That shit been going on. I haven't got worse because of the rap in certain cliques and individuals, yeah, but it ain't like that throughout the city. Like in certain cities, it's hectic personal beefs on the street. That shit gonna always go down. You know what I'm saying? That's just part of the game. But it's always been like that. You know what I mean? But he trying to make it seem like as if it's the big influence from the rap. No, man, that shit been going on. Like I said, niggas just starting to rap about it. So the next generation, they feel they influence, and them kids ain't most of them kids just listen to that shit the same way them white kids do. That's facts. They ain't out there living like that. And the ones that is living like that normally be the ones that's trying to fit into them circles. As y'all see all these boys going down for murder just from trying to fit in circles, because it's never the big dogs going down. You know what I'm saying? What his name? Justice Jefferson, whatever, for the young dog shit. Gone out of the light. Never gonna see him again. The Julio case, all them, man, them gone. Never gonna see him again. You know what I'm saying? Probably for the Mo 3 case, Yellow Bees and them, you know what I'm saying? Trap Boy, all them probably about to be gone. Never gonna see him again. Who knows? It's the point, like y'all killing the money. And then it's like real murders that's going down in the street. They just rapping about it, and it's just entertainment to everybody else. Bucking them up to do that shit. Yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. Nah, man. Not when you got kids and the family at home. But at the end of the day, Officer Tatum, like, he kind of far from reality when it come to shit like that, if you ask me. He make it seem like he ain't living the hood, like he don't know what it's like. You got all these cousins and them that was hustling and doing that. Now, I'm not sure if they had to do that, but obviously they was doing it for a reason. You know what I'm saying? So obviously they was raised in that type of, you know what I'm saying? Obviously. So let's go.
There's some kind of lack that causes us to be more prone to violence, but you don't acknowledge any of the historical context.
Are you saying that there's no negative effects of brainwashing yourself about killing your brother and sister and listening to that on a day-to-day basis? There's no negative effect in that.
Right. Why are you posing this as a uniquely black thing?
Because
this is like when you make the argument that like violence has been a part of art all the time. I write for a living. You know who glorifies violence? William Shakespeare. You know who glorifies violence? Quentin Tarantino. But you don't see anyone talking about, oh my God, there's a response for all the white on white crime, even though there are more white criminals in America than any other race.
We're talking about black people.
Yeah.
Do you think that black hip-hop music, rap music is detrimental to the black community?
No.
You think it has no effect on the psyche of a young man listening to that every day?
No. It's that simple.
I disagree with you on that point. I think here lies the problem.
How would you validate that? How would you prove that?
Well,
what can be proved is a correlation between poverty and crime, and that can be traced systemically through history. And this goes back to all of the arguments we've made about wealth accumulation, how black people have been prevented from having that.
Now, how can you associate that to white supremacy?
How can I associate white supremacy and generational poverty? Do you think wealth is inherited?
In part.
Yes. So do you think poverty is inherited?
Majority
too?
of people who are successful in this country do not get passed on generational wealth. A lot of people who are very successful came from nothing. I would argue that almost every black person who is successful came from nothing, which is an example of why capitalism works.
Yeah. Okay. So I went to one of the most conservative high schools in America. It is a very alluring and deceptive delusion to believe that because you live in circumstances that are different from the rest of black people, that somehow you are special.
What do you mean? You're saying that
I mean,
if you
that,
work hard in this country,
this is the way earlier that you suggested,
work hard,
like, oh, here's my
don't commit
example of
crimes.
someone who escaped poverty, and that means that everybody has access to that.
No, I'm not saying not every white person has access to.
So then you acknowledge that there are forces that operate against black people that are unique to black people. And where do those come from?
I think a lot of it comes from the actions of
the
black
epidemic
people.
of personal responsibility that you can't indicate how.
Are
that
you
exists.
telling me? So are you a successful man? Considering, like,
I'm doing my
generally
thing. I'm
speaking?
doing my thing. Yeah.
Okay. Did you go to school?
I got incredibly.
Are you educated?
I got incredibly.
No.
lucky.
Are you educated?
Yeah.
Okay. What decisions did you have to make to get to the point that you're at?
Okay, we want to talk about education. We want to talk about the difference in funding between schools in black neighborhoods and white neighborhoods.
No,
like if you're
funding. I went to probably one of the poor schools in my school district.
Yeah.
That didn't make the difference of whether or not I did my homework or not.
Yeah, this is the thing where I think you're convinced that you're special.
I don't think that inherently, because the color of my skin, that somehow I'm behind the curve against white people.
Yeah, Harriet Tubman escaped the plantation. A lot of people didn't. Is it the fault of all those black people that they couldn't escape?
I don't get your point there.
The point that I'm making is that people live in dire circumstances, and every once in a while, someone can break out. And that's not an indication of the system itself.
Black people don't
corrupt.
live in a world where every now and again, the majority of black people live in the middle class.
Yes, but a lot more black people live in poverty than any other.
Disproportionate, and a lot of those are because of decision making. When you have children, and you're not married.
This is why I'm saying that I think you think that black people have some unique moral deficit. You're saying that there's an epidemic of personal responsibility in black people, but you can't prove that. And yet we can prove that systemic racism exists, but you don't.
What you're doing is you're assessing or associating racism.
When does systemic racism stop in America?
I don't think there was real systemic racism
ever. Keep going, please keep going.
Right,
I would love for you to go for the rest of this time on that.
I do not believe that there's been systemic racism in America that's been the primary reason why black people cannot succeed.
Right, but you can't prove that there's an epidemic of personal responsibility. You can prove that there's an epidemic of systemic racism.
No, look.
And that's why I'm asking you, when did it stop? Because theoretically, that should be the moment when we're
Are you saying that black people are not responsible for the decisions that they make?
I'm saying everyone has agency. Everyone commits crime. Everyone does everything. But people have had to live in different circumstances.
So therefore, if you do the right things like you did, you have an opportunity to be successful, which is equal to just about anybody else, no matter what color you are. You think white people are better than you?
No, but I worry you do.
Why do you think I do?
Oh my God, it's about to get thick. Hey, hold on, it's about to get thick. But look, I'm gonna run it back. It's about to get thick. The whole crowd about to say, yo, whoa. The crowd about to say, man, this shit is crazy, yo. Why did they bring Tatum on this show, yo? They should never put Tatum on this show, yo. Shout out to Jubilee for keep hitting my channel. It's all good. We gonna run that shit anyway, man. Spend that shit. But at the end of the day, man, he hitting so many different points at Tatum, man. Like, the circumstances of black people in the community that we come up in makes us need that extra money. That's facts. Even to the point, if we do, the ones that is living okay, you got to make sacrifices on your job, take a lot of lip and a lot of bullshit, and move up, get your little proper raises and your little 401k, and just try to stay out the way. You got folks that just live like that also, but for him to say it's not no disadvantage, it's most definitely is. If you got a guy with a master's degree, right, and he went to, let's say Arkansas State, right, and he got a master's degree in business, and you got this guy that went to Harvard, he got an associate's in business, but he was a part of this club or whatever, right? So he only went there to get his associates to get this job. This other kid went to Arizona State, and he joined this all-black fraternity frat. And his frat brothers told him to come put the application in over here. They got a little pool, right? In that same office, that frat brother of his, boss, is a part of the frat that kid coming from Harvard that only got an associate's degree. They tell the other black kid, you overqualified for this position. Like we have all of the master business associates that we can have on payroll at this time. But they hired the white kid as a master. You know what I mean? Y'all get where I'm going? Okay. This is a true story. This really happened. The black kid with his master's in business started his own business firm because he felt this was one of the most prestigious business firms he could be a part of. They hold so many different like billion-dollar accounts that he know he can manage. Right? He trained for this shit, right? Built his own business law firm. Went to getting his own accounts. They put him out of business because a lot of the accounts, his major accounts that he was getting was being taken away from the person from the company, was being taken away from the company that told him at one point in time he was overqualified. It's a true story. True story, man. Let's get back into it, though. I'm going to run it back just a little bit. Let's get back into it.
I think personal responsibility in black people, but you can't prove that. And yet we can prove that systemic racism exists. But you don't.
What you're doing is you're assessing or
when does
associating
systemic racism stop in America? When does systemic racism stop in America?
I don't think there was real systemic racism
ever. Keep going, please keep going.
Right,
I would love for you to go for the rest of this time on that.
I do not believe that there's been systemic racism in America that's been the primary reason why black people cannot succeed.
Right, but you can't prove that there's an epidemic of personal responsibility. You can prove that there's an epidemic of systemic racism.
No, look.
And that's why I'm asking you, when did it stop? Because theoretically, that should be the moment when we're all equal.
Are you saying that black people are not responsible for the decisions that they make?
I'm saying everyone has agency. Everyone commits crime. Everyone does everything. But people have had to live in different circumstances.
So therefore, if you do the right things like you did, you have an opportunity to be successful, which is equal to just about anybody else, no matter what color you are. You think white people are better than you?
No, but I worry you do.
Why do you think I do? I'm the one that's saying that black people have an opportunity to be successful in this country just as well as anybody else. You don't believe that. So you think white people are better than you.
Your prompt perhaps could have been, we should do more to prevent crime and poverty in black communities, right? That's a way of framing the argument that's about
you can
solutions
say you can frame or whatever you want. You are focusing on, we're talking about black people.
I'm focusing on language because words are important.
No, we're talking about black people and you're focusing on what white people are doing. So
all right,
who harm black people more than other black people?
Probably the people who brought us over here on boats.
Black
gentlemen, the time's up now. All right, thank you.
I appreciate you.
Nicotine.
Black people hurt black people more than any other group.
If you'd like to be the next debater, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
What's up, brother? How you doing?
Poverty compounds.
What?
What you're describing is a byproduct of poverty, right? And what we know under a capitalist system is that poverty compounds over time in history as well as wealth. And what has happened systematically as well as systemically in this system is that Black people have been pushed away from wealth-creating mechanisms. This has happened for generations, even past slavery. Even if we were to argue that after slavery, nothing else happened. There was no Jim Crow laws, there's no redlining, there's no unequal implementation of the GI Bill. We would still see that, like, our country has lived under this disenfranchisement of Black people longer than it has been free. So my question is, what do you think accounts for like the $4 to $16 trillion that was stolen from Black people through slavery? Like, where is that equalizing mechanism?
I don't believe that you can say that money was stolen from Black people during slavery.
Oh, but
let me explain. Because money wasn't stolen opportunities were not there because Black people were slaves.
Yeah,
It's not
yeah.
a fair comparison.
So imagine
Now,
this: you got 200 people on a plantation, and they're making you millions and millions of dollars, right, a year through their labor, right? So what happens is there's no money to steal because Black people weren't granted the humanity
Well, you're
to
saying
be compensated
black
for the value
people.
that they created.
Well, let's look at it like this. This is an environment and a dispensation of time where slavery was a fact and a reality around the world.
And we live under
So
capitalism, right?
Let me explain. So it's not like it was somehow uniquely.
Oh, it was very
it's
unique
not
to the West.
uniquely in the United States of America.
Chattel slavery?
Majority of the slaves
Do you want to
were in
compare
South
chattel
America.
slavery?
Let me just give you an
to-
example. Majority of the slaves were in South America. You do agree to that. About 400,000 Black people
Do we
were
want to
made
focus on
slaves
America
over
though?
time.
Why are we pivoting the conversation? My
We're
question
not pivoting
was
anything. You
what-
got it. You jumping around.
No.
Let's stick to
I had a
something where we
question.
can
Do you
have
remember
a.
the question I asked you around 2 minutes ago? I asked you this.
I feel like you want to be confrontational more than you want to get to the bottom of
I
a
don't-
conversation. You're saying
it's unfortunate that that's the way that you feel about how I'm trying to approach a question.
We need to stick to a
What's
point.
the
Are you saying
equalizing
what?
mechanism? $4 to $16 trillion, right, was the revenue that was created through the unpaid
You
labor
cannot,
that came from chattel slavery.
In my opinion, you cannot judge slavery and act as if Black people even had a fair chance in the first place.
That's what I'm
not-
talking about here.
Let me explain. We need to talk in terms of after slavery was abolished, what opportunities were
If
presented
we
to
do
Black
that,
people.
we cut out around 2/3 of the story, right? So what I told you before, right? We live under capitalism. And if we live under capitalism, what we know is a couple things. Wealth comes from capital, and capital compounds, right, value. So what happens is property
Are
taxes.
you trying to
Hold
say
on,
that inevitably Black people will never have an opportunity
Mister,
to be successful in
Mister,
America? Is that
I'm
what you're
explaining
saying?
something really, really crucial here
I mean,
that
can
will
you,
help
can you
you
answer
with the
that?
point.
Because I think we'll be on
You
the same
can't interrupt
platform.
me when we're not having the same conversation.
I'm
if you're gonna
trying to
interrupt.
get to a
Okay,
point where we can have a
so-
real discussion.
If it is the case that property taxes, right, fund our school systems, build them up, okay? And we see redlining literally labeled neighborhoods where Black people were living as inharmonious, full of inharmonious racial groups to the point where they couldn't get the mortgage, right? This was what, 60 years ago? Grandparents, parents, right, who experienced that inability to have a home. 2/3 of the middle class gets their generational wealth from properties. Where's this equalizing mechanism? Why do you expect there to be a similar playing field?
Okay, I think we're going to go in circles if we go back in time. What mechanism?
Oh, we got to.
I'm saying that we're going to get to a standstill. What mechanisms are in place today that prevent you from having the same financial success as anybody else in this country?
Does inheritance exist under
No,
capitalism?
I'm giving
No,
you,
no, no,
I'm asking you to answer this
'Cause I've
question.
asked two questions now that were ignored.
What mechanism in place currently prevents you from being financially successful as anybody else in this
The
country?
continuity of private property, right? So
Are
I'm
you
answering the
not
question.
allowed to own property?
That's not the question here. It's who had access to property.
No,
the problem is,
we know. Let's put it this way, because we're gonna get into a argument in circles.
I don't think it's going in circles. I think you're not answering the question.
Here's the thing that we can agree on.
I asked 2 questions.
Let me say, this is the thing that we can agree on. We can agree that there was discrimination in this country. We can agree that there's some elements of.
Do you agree that inheritance exists?
We can agree that there's elements of things that happen in this country that put Black people behind. We can agree to that.
Okay.
But what I'm
Why
telling
do
you
you
is
not
that we
address them?
cannot still live
We're not living in
60
the
years
past.
ago
We're living in the
and act as
future.
if we don't have an opportunity
Okay.
today.
Here, let me.
We could break down redlining. We can go through the process
me
of all
address
these
it.
different things.
Let me address it.
Because I don't think that we're telling the
I
full
think you're
story
right.
about redlining. I don't think we're telling the full story about economic opportunity for Black people in
I
America
think
today.
you're right. So white families, on average, have a 10 times higher median household income
Well, why
than
is
Black
that?
people.
Why is
and
that?
And that's what I want to answer for you.
Let me
It's
answer it.
because
Let me
no.
answer it
You
for you.
asked me a question. Why are you answering the question that you asked to me for you?
You just let me answer the question for you.
No, I don't want you to answer it for me because I want to answer. I want to participate in it back and forth.
Okay, come on.
The reason is because wealth in this country is passed down. The biggest, in 2020, they projected that $765 billion, right, was passed down through gifts and bequests to the American population, right, the middle class, and that's just the middle class. That is the majority way that wealth funnels down in this country.
Are you saying
$765 billion was transferred down through families in this country? Damn. That's all you can say to that. And they say wealth is, you don't come from wealth, it's hard not to make it. No, they want to keep the ones that's down there, and the ones that do make it up, somebody that got knocked off or got replaced. It's not an easy table to sit at. And he making it seem like anybody could sit at this table. But what he's doing is he's trying his best to impress these people to feel like you're qualified to sit at this table, but you're just another pawn that they use to get out their message and basically take your whole sanity at the same time. Who you are, what you really stand for, who you about. It take that away from you, man. And then when you start being around those other people, it be the small shit that you start noticing that you don't like the food don't taste the same, the company not the same. You know, you don't get as many calls unless it's somebody that you actually paying like you used to. It's gonna be a rude awakening, but it's gonna definitely come from.
That Black people are not currently able to have financial success in this country just like white people.
I'm saying that we're comparing a tortoise to a hare right now. So
I don't think that's true.
I think it's
are you
absolutely
alluding to
true.
the fact? Let's talk about redlining real quick, because I think that it's been disproportionately represented. When you talk about redlining, do you know? And I think it's good for the crowd to understand this, that in the red line districts, 92% of all the people who live in the red line districts were white. Are you aware of that?
Where is this source coming from? Redlining specifically labeled.
Do you not know this as a fact?
Okay, how about this? The underwritings of the HOLC specifically said that Black groups, right, were seen as inharmonious groups that we should be very wary. No. Let's look it up. The fact check will be somewhere here or here for you. Right? It said
that's what the
inharmonious groups. Black people were titled.
Fact check. They most definitely put up the fact check, and she is right. He is wrong. She is right. I'm gonna run it back. They most definitely put up the fact check. They put the facts on the side of the screen. I don't want to get copyrighted, so I can't show y'all, but we can listen to it. But yeah, she is most definitely right.
That's in this country just like white people.
I'm saying that we're comparing a tortoise to a hare right now. So
I don't think that's true.
I think it's absolutely
alluding
true.
to the fact? Let's talk about redlining real quick, because I think that it's been disproportionately represented. When you talk about redlining, do you know? And I think it's good for the crowd to understand this, that in the red line districts, 92% of all the people who live in the red line districts were white. Are you aware of that?
Where is this source coming from? Redlining specifically labeled.
Do you not know this as a fact?
Okay, how about this? The underwritings of the HOLC specifically said that Black groups, right, were seen as inharmonious groups that we should be very wary. No. Let's look it up. The fact check will be somewhere here or here for you. Right? It said
that's what the
inharmonious groups. Black people were titled as FHA. Okay, they both work together.
No, they do not work together. They were different.
No, they were different, but they work together.
Guys, you do have to pause. You've been voted out. Thank you. If you would like to be the next debater, get to that chair in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, it's all good.
Peace, brother.
What's up, brother?
So we were talking about black on black crime.
Yeah, we can address that.
Black on black crime is a myth. Human beings create crime based off where they're at. In the 90s, there was an opioid epidemic, specifically Oxycontin. This was white drug dealers selling this medicine to white fiends.
Okay.
Over 80,000 people in the year 2023, according to the CDC, overdosed from opioids. That same year, 31,000 people overdosed from cocaine. Now, a portion of those cocaine users were likely Black people who were on crack. However, more than twice as many people overdosed on opioids that were white drug dealers selling to white fiends. However, in no instance did anyone come up, a policymaker, and say that this opioid crisis was white on white crime. However, when Black people engage in crime based off where they're at, the government uses it as an excuse to overcriminalize them in a way that white communities are not criminalized at all.
I disagree with you, because I don't think that anybody's saying black on black crime necessitates a police response. People point out that Black people disproportionately, or I'll say to a higher degree per capita, kill each other more than any other group.
It's not accurate.
That is 100% accurate. That is 100% accurate. Anybody can fact check that. We kill each other at a higher rate per capita than any other group. That is a fact. Now, the reason that people point this out is because others try to claim that the biggest threat to our existence, the biggest threat to our young people are white people, or systemic racism.
Absolutely.
But the reality is the cause of death, the leading cause of death for young people 25 and under, from 15 to 25, is being murdered by another black man. Then you go on beyond that, and the leading cause of death is what? Health issues.
I dig it.
Heart
I dig
disease,
it. So the biggest,
diabetes, and other, it has nothing to do with white people.
Okay, cool. So the biggest threat to black people and the biggest threat to the world is the system of racism and white supremacy that we live in. Because the system of racism, white
Give me an
supremacy,
example how the system is directly affecting you.
Exactly. The system of racism, white supremacy affects every faction of interaction.
Give me an example.
I'll give you them. We're talking economic, social, and sports. So these black drug dealers that you're mad at, for example, Freddie Gray. Freddie Gray was a petty black drug dealer.
He still was selling drugs.
Yes, he was selling drugs.
Who was he selling drugs to?
He was selling drugs to black people.
Okay.
But no petty white drug dealer has ever been thrown in the back of a paddy wagon and ended up dead.
That is not true. They just
only
didn't get
black
publicity.
people are only petty black drug dealers are criminalized for selling drugs. That's because we live in a system
you want to go to Freddie Gray?
Racism, white supremacy.
Who was the judge?
Who was the judge? Criminalizes the actions of black people.
Who was the judge?
Overlooks petty white crime.
Who was the prosecutor and judge that allowed those police officers to get off in that crime? It was a black judge and a black prosecutor.
Also, in 2018, there were multiple officers in Baltimore who were found guilty of planting drugs and weapons on black people and arresting them. That is an example of racism, white supremacy being used to weaponize crime and criminalize black people. You've never heard an instance in which petty white drug dealers have had drugs and weapons planted on them that has led to their arrest.
Have you ever been a police officer?
God,
have you ever
no.
arrested? Have
God,
you ever
no.
arrested anybody?
God, no.
Well, let me break this down.
God,
the things
no.
that you're saying are focused on what's happening in the black community. You don't know what's happening in the white community.
I know exactly. I just told you they're fiend out. I told you there's an opioid crisis. White street drug dealers are selling street fentanyl.
I told you what's going on. They fiend out. I told you. I'm telling you what they're doing, but they ain't pinning nothing on them, and they ain't charging them with what they charging us with. They giving them slaps on the wrist 4, 5, 6 times before they actually get their act together. They getting 90 days while we getting 2 years. That's what he's saying. This is facts. And what they don't do is keep a court record for the judges, like petty trial cases. They're always blaming
and Oxycontin and opioids to white fiends. But it's cool. It is not over criminalized.
Cool to who?
It's cool to
you're saying,
it's cool to the government. It's cool to the people it's cool to the people that write the laws. The people that write the laws, the government and the politicians are not over criminalizing this behavior. They're not chasing the white dope dealer, the white petty drug dealer. They're not chasing him around and throwing him into the back of a bag in the back of a paddy wagon.
What makes you
the
think
same way that Freddie Gray got thrown into the back of a paddy wagon?
What makes you think that they're not chasing criminals?
Timothy, please let Officer Tatum speak and address what your
let
concerns are.
You said a lot of things. If you're saying that there's no instances where white people are getting arrested for criminal activity, or you're saying that they're not thrown in the back of the paddy wagon and dying,
the same way as black people.
No, that's not true.
What I'm saying is these white drug dealers are not policed and criminalized and put on TV and looked at as criminals and drug dealers in the same way that petty black drug dealers like Freddie Gray are criminalized and thrown in the back of paddy wagons.
Let me respond to you. I think that
I have to pause it here. He's been voted out by the majority. If you would like to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
What is
Back again. Okay, so thank you for clarifying the prompt for us, because I was a little confused.
This old girl who was getting on him earlier, look, she got the debate check in, and literally like he's sitting in a circle, and he got all of these liberal debaters that's around him, and when the countdown starts, you got to get to the chair. You got to get to the chair to talk to him. So she went twice. She got back up there to come get on his ass again. So y'all check this out.
Reading it, because white people hurt white people around the same rates. But I guess my question is like, starting when and how are you quantifying harm?
Okay, that's a great question. I think that we can go all the way back to the beginning if you want to in slavery, when the slave trade was proliferated. Black people enslaved each other.
Where?
In Africa. Black people enslaved other blacks in Africa and sold them all over the world. That, to me, that's an incredible harm of black people inflicting on other blacks and perpetuated across the world. Then you have slavery now perpetuated in South America. You have it in the United States of America. That is initial harm. I would argue that the point in time of slavery in America as we know it, I believe that white people hurt black people more than black people did.
Yes.
Now we go post-slavery.
Okay.
I believe that black people began to take the torch and destroy themselves or destroy other blacks more than any other group in America.
Okay, so let's start post-slavery. I'm gonna ignore the thing about black people selling black people.
Is
in
that not
Africa.
true?
Well, do you know how many black people were sold as slaves to each other in Africa?
Well, millions were sold in the slave trade around the world.
Are you talking about the transatlantic slave trade or before the transatlantic slave trade?
Transatlantic slave trade.
Okay, yeah, but that was by white people again.
What you mean it was by white people? I'm saying that black people enslaved other blacks and sold them to white people. I think
they
that
were
was
primarily
was that not
kidnapped
true?
by the Portuguese.
There was not
The main-
primary
yes,
kidnapping.
the
It was an
main
actual
method.
legal slave trade that existed.
Yes, I
and
mean
millions of transactions between
the
Africans.
legal slave trade that existed before the transatlantic slave trade was mainly based on when a tribe conquered another tribe, they were prisoners
Still
of
enslaved.
war, which is still enslaved, but it's different from the transatlantic slave trade when we're talking about black people hurting black people versus white people hurting black people, right? But I wanted to go focus on your claim about
post-slavery.
Post-slavery, yes. So the primary, I guess, what do you think black people were doing post-slavery?
Well, you know, I think there's a period of time where there was an explosion of black excellence.
Yes, Reconstruction.
After slavery was abolished.
Right.
You know, we have black people fighting in the military, black people owning their own companies,
Yes.
building wealth. We have Black Wall Street.
Okay.
We have, you go on, so on and so forth.
Right.
And I believe that as black people begin to support Marxist theology, Martin Luther King and others put us in a path
Okay.
where
Let's
we
pause.
rely on the government more than our own resilience.
Okay.
And you cannot tell me that that's not true.
So let's pause because we just skipped like a good 30 years of history. We just
This man said Martin Luther King had us dependent on the government. And Martin Luther King is trying to get money from the government for us. Let's go. Let's get back into it.
it's like 3
I'm
decades
giving
of
you a
history.
summation from the 30s to the 60s.
Okay, yeah. So we did Reconstruction, and Reconstruction was ended, right? Because the South took back. At the time, we had Northerners in the South who were running the South so that the Union could stay together. Once the North left the South, Reconstruction ends, and that's when we see Black people start to decline. It wasn't Karl Marx. Karl Marx didn't come in and
I said
say
Marxist theology. I didn't say
But
Karl Marx.
It wasn't Marxist theology. I mean, we're just ignoring the history of sharecropping. That's ignoring the history of Jim Crow, right? You think that Karl Marx was worse for the Black community than Jim Crow segregation?
Let me argue this point. Capitalism has rescued and made successful so many people of different backgrounds and demographics. That's why America is so great. What I'm saying is that Black people being resilient, operating through capitalism, and believing in themselves and being self-sustainable was the best path for Blacks, and they were successful in that. When they begin to rely on the government, begin to rely on handouts, begin to listen to foolish things that people like Martin Luther King said, it caused us to be more dependent on the government, less dependent on ourselves, and now you see decline in multifaceted areas.
Okay,
Consistent. Let me say, I'm gonna let you speak. I'm gonna let you speak. But what I'm saying is that when you look at other groups, minority groups, they did not fall.
This man said because of the things the foolish things Martin Luther King said, not knowing he the reason why you able to vote and talk and do the shit that you doing right now without being lynched. Without being absolutely lynched. Not even by a white mob, by a black mob. And they wouldn't even do a motherfucking thing to the black mob. That. Let's get back into it.
For that. You look at the Jewish population, look at immigrants that came over here. They were self-sustainable. They worked within their community. They built wealth, generational wealth amongst each other. They did not farm out their existence to the government.
Speak now, please? Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
So The other immigrant groups that you're talking about, first of all, were not subject to Jim Crow segregation laws. But do you? I just want you to answer.
Jews were subject
I
to
just want
Jim
you
Crow
to answer
laws.
this question, yes or no.
Okay.
Do you think that Karl Marx hurt the Black community and his ideology hurt the Black community more than Jim Crow segregation?
I have to think that through. Jim Crow segregation.
What is there to think about?
Because you're
By the way,
acting.
Karl Marx is white, so
listen,
that would still be a white person hurting the Black community. Just saying.
But then Martin Luther King embraced his theology.
Okay, but so,
which is a Black man leading the Black community off a cliff. Now let me just say this.
So you think
I'm
that- wait,
saying
so
that
Carl,
every Black
then let
person
me
was
ask
not
you that
subject.
question.
Every Black person was not subject to Jim Crow laws. Every Black person did not live in the South. There was a lot of successful Black people during that time period. I mean, I would give you an example.
The Harlem Renaissance, of course.
I'm gonna give you an example of Black people who were incredibly successful through what? Capitalism. We see Madam C.J. Walker, the first female millionaire out of any race, very successful in the late 1800s, late 1800s,
Okay,
early
but that's
1900s.
one
That's
person.
not just one.
That is
we have
one
we have a
person.
tremendous amount.
And then they say Madam C.J. Walker, no, not putting no salt on her name. They say she stole her patent from somebody else, from another woman who had been doing it. If you ever watched the movie about Madam C.J. Walker, or if you ever really read the real story and get the real history, who she started working for before she came out with her own miracle Harry Laxer for Black women. Yeah, man, which is called a perm in today's day. That whole chemical patent came from a whole nother woman that she stole the idea from. Let's go to
Amount of success.
My friend, it feels
George
like you're
Washington
forgetting-
Carver. We have.
I'd let you talk for a long time.
okay.
I would like my turn to speak.
Well,
I feel
we
like we're completely jumping over history. We go from slavery to Martin Luther King, then all the way back. We ignore the history of sharecropping, right? We've completely glossed over sharecropping. We've completely glossed over Jim Crow laws and how much wealth was stolen from the Black community. We've completely glossed over the Tulsa race riots. And when Black people did succeed under capitalism, those communities were destroyed. We've completely glossed.
My bad, y'all. My fault. Let me add it back. My bad, y'all. My fault.
Let's talk about.
Like, what about Seneca Village?
Let's talk
Like, what
about
any
Black
of these
Wall Street.
communities?
Let's talk about Black Wall Street. Are we on the same page of what happened in the Tulsa riots?
Well,
Tulsa race war?
It depends. What do you think happened?
Well, I know what happened. There was a conflict between Black and white people. There was a fight between the two. White people got the best of Black people in Tulsa.
Then no, we are not on the same page.
Well,
no.
let me finish and you tell me where I'm wrong.
Hold up. Let him go.
In that fight, there was a lot of Black businesses destroyed in Tulsa, Oklahoma. They rebuilt.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside.
I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 years later, and they begin to continue to succeed. Is that not factual?
No.
What's the truth? What happened then?
I mean, the truth is that a community of successful Black people who were succeeding under capitalism were directly targeted because
They were not
of
directly
that
targeted. It was a
success.
conflict.
Yes.
It was a conflict between
No.
a Black man, I believe it was a Black man.
It started
and
when a
white.
Black man was accused of lynching,
No,
or not
it
lynching,
was
was
not
accused of raping a woman. And then because of that, there was this
The
anger and a
inappropriate
mob
behavior
started.
inappropriate behavior with a woman. There was
All right, so I gotta play this for y'all. I gotta play this for y'all. I got you. Because he talked about the Tulsa, Oklahoma, the massacre, right? So I got a video I want to show y'all how it started. If it load. Come on, Lee. Come on. I want y'all to see this. Because at the end of the day,
Shushan Carter. has grown to.
So that's what happened with Tulsa. That's what really happened right now. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, that's what really happened. And he making it seem like as if it wasn't what they wasn't like grouping up to really go and take down Black Wall Street because they knew the bigger objective. That's what they've been wanting to do. So that's exactly what they did, if you ask me. So at the end of the day, yeah. But let's get back into this though. Yeah, we got to get back into this. Let me run it back just a little bit. All right here. A little bit more. Since we just watched it, listen to that.
Seating under.
Let's
What if I
let's listen in on this right here, right quick. Make it seem like as if everything happened because of the decisions that we make outside of the area that we live in.
We're directly targeted because
They were not
of
directly
that
targeted. It was a
success.
conflict.
Yes.
It was a conflict between
No.
a black man, I believe it was a black man.
It started
and
when a
white.
black man was accused of lynching,
No,
or not
it
lynching,
was
was
not
accused of raping a woman. And then because of that, there was this
The
anger and a
inappropriate
mob
behavior
started.
inappropriate behavior with a woman. There was a conflict that occurred. The first shots rang out from black people, shooting and killing several white people. And
So
then,
how many black people were killed in total?
Oh, I don't know how many black people killed in total. I just know black people fired
Well,
the
I
first
do.
shot.
Can I tell you?
Well,
It was
okay.
300.
How many
and
white
that's
people were killed?
like a low
How many
estimate.
white people were killed?
They not as many because it was a riot
Because
against
what
the
happened
black
was
community.
white people came up into Tulsa, Oklahoma. It became a
Can I ask
violent
you a question?
confrontation, and white people overran the black people in that
Can
confrontation.
I ask you? Because it kind of feels like you're defending the race rioters.
I'm
a
not
little bit.
defending any race riots. I'm saying
It
it's
does.
a conflict that happened.
Can
You're
you
saying that
acknowledge
it's
that this
targeted.
is one example in
You're
which white
saying-
people hurt black people
you're
unjustly?
saying.
Can you just say this is one?
What you're trying to say is that black people are doing their own thing, and a bunch of white people just came up and destroyed all their property just because.
Yes.
That wasn't what happened.
That
It was a
wasn't what-
conflict.
So,
it was a
okay.
conflict that occurred that caused that to happen.
But you know the KKK existed, right?
They did.
Yes,
In
white
the South.
supremacy exists, and that was in
In
the
the
South. Where's
South.
Oklahoma?
I didn't say that white supremacy.
How can a conflict that between something like that evolve all the way into them burning down buildings, getting in airstrikes to come army airstrikes, and how did all of that? How did it come to that? If the original goal wasn't to take down Black Wall Street, how did it even come to that? Think about it. How did it even come to that? How it get that bad? Because they was mobbing and they wouldn't stop. And once they seen it was on, they was like, man, look, let's keep going. And they kept going to the point where now they hurting innocent people that wasn't even out there. People that was like, nah, y'all don't go out there. Because you definitely had some Officer Tatums that was on Black Wall Street at the time that was telling these people, no, don't do that. And then you had some stand-up soldiers from World War I that put their life on the country. They put their life on the line for this country. Said, nah, man, we going out there and make sure this kid don't get lynched for something that he probably didn't do. Let's get back into it.
Don't exist. We're not arguing.
Yes, that was the point, though.
I'm not arguing that the Ku Klux Klan didn't have a negative effect in the black community. We're not arguing that.
But that's what we are arguing. The whole point of this prompt is that black people hurt the black community more than white people.
So,
and these are some examples of white people hurting the black community. And every
Let's-
time I give you one, you say no.
Let's give
That didn't
an
happen.
example of some things that are ailments in the black community that I think that we can agree on.
Okay.
The single parent household situation with
Right.
young black men born out of, young black men born and women are born to parents who are not married.
Okay, guys, please don't raise the flags on me. I have to make one point and then I'll get it. Okay. So to the single parent house, I think that's a great example, right? Because I think we can all agree we want black families to stay together. What is the leading cause of the separation of black families?
I think it's a degradation of values in the black community.
Would you say that the criminalization, black men disproportionately going to jail more, has an effect on the
And-
separation of the black house?
I would agree to that, but I would
Yes.
also say that is because of the choices and decisions that these young black men are making.
Perfect. Thank you. I was hoping you would say that. So,
Is that not true? You don't go to jail.
hold
You
on,
go to jail for
pause.
selling drugs.
Okay, you go to
Okay?
jail for selling drugs. Can I read you a quote from Nixon's domestic policy chief, John Ehrlichman? This is at the start of the war on drugs, which we know is what led to a lot of mass incarceration of the black community, a significant increase in black men imprisoned and incarcerated for drug possession and selling. We We knew we couldn't make it illegal to be either against the Vietnam War or Black, but by getting the public to associate the hippies with marijuana and Blacks with heroin, and then criminalizing both heavily, we could disrupt those communities.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Hold on. Wait. This was Nixon's
No.
Let's give an example of some things that are elements in the Black community that I think that we can agree on.
Okay.
The single parent household situation with
Right.
young Black men born out of, young Black men born and women are born to parents who are not married.
Okay, guys, please don't raise the flags on me. I have to make one point and then I'll get up, okay? So to the single parent house, I think that's a great example, right? Because I think we can all agree we want Black families to stay together. What is the leading cause of the separation of Black families?
I think it's a degradation of values in the Black community.
Would you say that the criminalization, Black men disproportionately going to jail more, has an effect on the separation of the Black households?
I would agree to that, but I would
Yes.
also say that is because of the choices and decisions that these young Black men are making.
Perfect. Thank you. I was hoping you would say that. So,
Is that not true? You don't go to jail.
Hold on,
you go to jail for
pause.
selling drugs.
Okay, you go to
Okay?
jail for selling drugs. Can I read you a quote from Nixon's domestic policy chief, John Ehrlichman? This is at the start of the war on
domestic policy chief. And this is what started the war on drugs. Man, let's go. Hit him with the facts, love. Hit him with the facts.
drugs, which we know is what led to a lot of mass incarceration of the Black community, a significant increase in Black men imprisoned and incarcerated for drug possession and selling. We knew we couldn't make it illegal to be either against the Vietnam War or Black, but by getting the public to associate the hippies with marijuana and Blacks with heroin, and then criminalizing both heavily, we could disrupt those communities.
I'm not familiar with that quote.
Oh, really?
But
shocking.
I can go and read it later, but that's still
You
not
should
getting,
really
it's
read it
not-
later.
That's not getting to the point of saying that people are incarcerated because decisions that they make to commit crimes. Is that not true?
Well, yes, that's
The
how
reason that
criminal
none of us,
justice-
the reason that
do
none
you
of us,
want to
are-
respond to
the reason
what
that
he
none
just
of us,
said?
the reason that none of us are selling dope. Why? Because we don't want to go to prison. We value our lives. It does. If you are going to sell drugs and you're going to kill people and you're going to commit robbery, you're going to go to jail.
Yes,
you
yes.
can't blame all of
Do you-
that
are you-
on the war on crime or whatever the case
But the
may be.
war on crime was specifically to get
No, it
Black
was-
men to go
It
to
is
jail.
nothing wrong.
They literally
It is
admitted
nothing
it.
wrong with imposing laws that help our community. You act
How
like,
does that help
let me,
our
Let me
community?
explain. You act like it's a good thing for Black people to be selling.
You can't tell me that he ain't trying to use reverse psychology by trying to use what she's saying against her. And he knows she's telling the truth. They most definitely put heroin in the Black community and made it dirt cheap to really, like, man, take our people to a very, like, all-time low. You know what I'm saying? Heroin is a very, very bad drug. I'm not gonna lie, man. And then that's one of them drugs, man, that took our community down to man, the lowest, man. And like for the hippies, they was like, well, let's just keep them stoned. You know, they ain't gonna give the white people nothing that, you know, they gave them shrooms, they let them hallucinate, gave them the psychedelic music and shit like that. You know, and they just wanted them to be free, want them to feel what it's like to be a real American and let go and just live life in the woods and pick up strangers and just, you don't even know what you're going to eat today. Just let them live, you know, free, right? That was the whole hippie movement, which was a lot of people benefiting off of that because they had to get the bud from somewhere and they had to get the shrooms from somewhere. So, the same way the Black community had to get the heroin from somewhere. So yeah, man, they definitely did that to break up those communities. They most definitely did that on purpose. It wasn't by mistake. It was definitely on purpose. And the result of it was to incarcerate and break up the homes. But they didn't necessarily break up the homes of the hippies because they didn't even have a fucking home. Right? Hippies didn't even have a home. But the Black community, we had homes, we had places to go, we had family structure, and that's what it was really meant to break down. They just threw the hippies in there because they knew there was some stoners, and they like to do shrooms and hallucinate, listen to psychedelic music. But for the Black community, it was like detrimental because people was dying and there was an outrage and a cry from the public and state officials and people that really had power. They was the ones that was really saying like, nah, man, we ain't going for this. We need something ain't right with this, you know? So that's where the whole era of the heroin went to being taken more serious. Because the mission was basically accomplished. All working class men, they kind of like plants and factory workers, like all that money they was making and stuff, they went to doing bad. You know, from Baltimore to Detroit to New York to Chicago, you know what I mean, down in, you know what I mean, Louisiana, New Orleans to Florida, you know, oil rigs and stuff like that. A lot of those guys lost a lot trying to be a part of a world that didn't accept them. And when they got on those drugs, it was like that world accepted them because it was like they had the money to do it and everybody was talking about it, and it destroyed our community. It really did. But let's get back into this debate though.
Drugs in our community. It is not. So when you go to jail for selling drugs, in my opinion, and I think the opinion of anybody that's rational, that is a benefit to the Black community
Diva,
by
in
getting
this quote,
drug
he
dealers,
literally says,
criminals off the street, and our communities to be able to thrive, our property value to be able to go up. These people need to go to jail.
Dude,
That's not a negative.
Okay, I hear you. Thank you. But literally, the domestic policy chief is saying we could disrupt those communities. He is openly admitting. No. I let you talk a lot. I need you to let me
need you to
speak.
clarify this.
No.
Disrupt these communities in what way? What is he saying? Disrupt the communities
By heavily criminalizing.
To what go? To what end?
To hurt Black people.
So it hurt Black people to get criminals off the street.
Officer Tatum, we have
he's
to pause you.
intentionally
You guys have gone over. So thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My final surrounding claim is that systemic racism is used as an excuse to avoid personal responsibility.
If you'd like to be the next debater, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
How are you? Nice to meet you.
What do you mean by systemic? Are you talking about like sociology within our society, or do you mean within the structure of our government?
I'm thinking that people would argue, because I don't feel systemic racism a part of my life, but I'm thinking that systems or laws
That are put in place
or even that are implemented or acted upon
to bring down Black people.
Is alleged to bring down Black people.
You would say DEI was a hindrance to us, because that's a lot of what Republicans like to argue.
Is DEI
They
a
like
part
to-
of systemic racism?
That's because that's what a lot of them will believe.
DEI, in my opinion, was the overcorrection of injustices that has happened to Black people, which caused, I think, more harm to Black people than good.
So systematic racism does exist.
I think in part, systematic racism and racism in America does exist.
Okay, thank you. You literally
I don't
just
think, but
confirmed.
my point is that I don't think that it rises to the degree that it affects Black people where they cannot be successful in America and they cannot have the same opportunities as others do in America. I don't think I don't think it's a primary causation of Black people or the things that are ailments in the Black community that cause the numbers of Blacks in marker points to go down and be degenerate.
So I like to think that when we put in red line districting, when we put all that stuff in, we saw that our schools were greatly affected by that. We saw that the systems within the schools were greatly affected in the way that some were more white schools, and a lot of white districting, predominantly white districting, were way more economically benefited by the community around them than the Black community, who could not afford to grow any kind of economic revenue for themselves within the education system. We weren't able to get certain soccer fields. We weren't able to get different auditoriums for acting and stuff like that. You know, when you're not able to have those kind of like things in your school, how do you expect people to not want to go to the streets? How do you expect them to invest in things that they cannot afford within their system?
Well, let me give you a perspective here. Not all Black people are poor, right?
Well,
Not all
yeah,
Black,
it's a
I know you're
diaspora.
not saying that, but I'm saying it's a lot of diversity within. So I grew up in a Black neighborhood, right? All Black people. Within the Black neighborhood, there are those who succeed and those who do not succeed. There are those who go on and get a good education, even at the same school that I went to. There's some that do well and some that do not do well. In my opinion, that's a perfect example of how I don't think systemic racism has much to do with the success of Black people. It's personal decision making. Some of it does have something to do with
I
parents.
feel like you can do good, you can excel, you can be great. And I really do believe that there is a part of your person, you're part of your personality. But I'm saying that there is obviously, you can see that there are less Black people that are able to graduate than white people. There are way
But I
more
don't
white
think that
people
has
that are
anything to
able
do with systemic
graduate.
racism.
No, you
I think it
don't.
has
You don't
everything
think
to
that
do
that
with
has
personal
anything.
responsibility.
You
I
don't
didn't say
think that has
anything.
anything to do with
I
them
didn't say-
not being
I
able
didn't
to
say-
afford
I
to
didn't say
continue going to
anything.
school because of the systems that were put in place?
I
Okay,
didn't
I have
say
to
that
pause here. I'm so sorry. You have been voted out by the majority. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you would like to be the next debater to the chair, get there in 3, 2, 1.
What's up?
All right. I just want to.
Can I lay the foundation of this real quick?
I was just
for like
about
2
to have
seconds.
you do that.
So
Thank you.
what I want to say is, and I want us to be very clear about this, and I'm hoping that we all can at least come to a common knowledge of this.
I'm not trying to come to no common knowledge with you, gang. But at the end of the day, this the other guy who was up there. He was talking about earlier. He had the debate with him, and he was talking about how blacks, the cops be harassing the blacks and stuff like that. This that same guy. He's coming back to debate him again about a different subject, which is systemic racism. So let's get into this. I want to this a good one. I like this one. Check it out.
I do not believe that there's no such thing as racism in America. There's racism in America. There's systems that disproportionately affect Black people in a negative way. But what I'm saying is that I don't even think it's close to a primary reason why Black people see success or do not see success in America. So I think it's a very minor thing that occurs in society. Everybody has their own engagement with disparity in this country. Some believe it's discrimination. You have privileges of being better looking. You have privileges of being athletic. You have privileges of having parents. All of those things are contributing factors that everybody engage in. Yeah. Racism does exist in part. Systemic things that cause Black people to be behind the curb in part does exist,
Sure.
but it's
So
not
let me
a
get to a
significant
couple
reason
of,
why Black people succeed or not.
clarification questions. First and foremost, why are you saying systemic racism instead of just racism?
Well, you got to qualify it. I mean, I don't. Systemic means the continuation of racial practices. So you're saying from this point till now, that's why you would say systemic.
You believe in interpersonal racism? Can Black people be racist?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you're just wrong. And
how am I wrong?
I got you. Don't worry about it.
Come on.
The reason why I asked about like why you brought it down to systemic is because it's a whole. Racism is a whole. It's an entire system, right? So when you talk about Black people being racist, you have to understand the ability to actually flip the power structure and use the premise of race and racism for your benefit. Question: who created race?
Have you ever wanted to see your home from space? With this free satellite Earth Maps tool, you can zoom right down to your exact address.
You know, that's a good question. I'm not really sure.
It was
White
a
people?
Portuguese man by the name of Gomes Inês de Zerara in 1452. He was actually commissioned by the Catholic Church, and they told him to go out and document the difference between these people, right?
Do you believe in race? Do you
It's a
believe race
social
exists?
construct.
No, you believe that it exists?
We live in the social construct. It's not biological.
So you're saying this man created it?
Yes, it's
and we
documented.
perpetuate it.
Yes, it's literally
And Black people
documented.
also perpetuate it.
It's documented. They published 2 papal bulls, one in 1455 and one in 1457.
Yeah, so we're on the same
Yeah,
page. The
so
social construct is not really
Wait.
the
What was
determining
the
factor.
purpose of it being created, though?
Well, I'm not sure what his purpose was.
I got
in creating
you.
race.
To justify chattel slavery, right?
I do not.
It's
agree to that
literally
premise.
documented. I don't care if
I
you
don't
agree
agree
or
to
not.
that. Okay.
I don't care. It's literally documented.
Okay.
So
I'll
the point
accept
being,
that.
The point being is that this system was literally created to disenfranchise Black people. Specifically, it's the structuring maintenance of a hierarchy which continues to actually create a free and cheap labor class, chattel slavery. Prior to chattel slavery, there were slaves, but they weren't based off of race. After the creation of race, they engaged in chattel slavery to actually create this free and cheap labor class. Now,
but I don't think it was primarily to disenfranchise Black people.
It literally was.
Race has never, slavery was never about race. It was about cheap available labor.
Chattel slavery was about race.
Slavery, as
chattel
we know
slavery was about race. I'm not saying slavery.
The perpetuation of race, perpetuation of slavery was not instigated by race.
Why do you keep just saying slavery instead of chattel slavery? Acknowledge the thing that I'm saying.
Well, I don't really.
Do you know what the difference is between just slavery and chattel slavery?
I don't see that being a major point to the conversation that we're having right now.
You don't think chattel slavery is a major point?
To the conversation we're having right now, I don't think that there needs to be a delineation.
It literally is.
How does that affect you today? How does that affect you today?
I got you.
Okay, let's get
Gomez Inez de Zurara said that these people were hypersexual, animalistic. They were the lower hemisphere, and they needed to be civilized. And they could civilize them vis-a-vis chattel slavery. Now, that rolls forward to where we are today.
How?
There's a whole bunch of stuff that you missed, but I'm going to skip forward.
Well, what policies are in place
right now? I'm getting there right now.
That back up your claim.
The systems that Black people exist in today that continue to disenfranchise us: medical racism, educational racism, financial racism.
Explain that. Explain that to
I got you. Do you know?
I don't agree with you.
Do you know the Black maternal mortality rate in the United States of America?
I don't know it, but I do know this: that Black people have a disproportionate effect in that area.
Yeah, it's 50.3 versus the white.
But that's not necessarily discrimination and disparities are different. That's not necessarily meaning that somehow the medical system is intentionally discriminating.
It's literally
against
medical racism. You got to let me finish. You got to let me finish. 14.5 when it comes to the white maternity mortality rate. Do you know what the infant mortality rate is?
I do not know that offhand.
Yeah, the infant mortality rate is 10.8 versus white 4.5. There was a study that was completed that showed that when it comes to white babies, no matter who they're treated by, whatever race their doctors is, whoever they're treated by, they have the same possibility to life versus anyone else. Black babies, literally, the survival rate for Black babies drop unless it's a Black doctor taking care of the baby. Everyone else, the baby out of the womb, the Black baby has less of a possibility to life. It's literally studied.
Let me give you a perspective, because just because there's a statistical data point, you gotta work through the data points, because what you're saying is that every white doctor is racist against Black people. That's what you're
telling
implicating.
you. That's medical racism.
So you're saying. So are you saying that when you go to the hospital, doctors are intentionally being racist against Black people?
I'm saying that doctors are taught through pseudoscience. Question for you: have you ever heard the myth that Black people have thick skin?
I never heard of that.
It's literally a medical practice.
I've never heard of that.
It's something that's
I've never heard of it.
It's something that's derived from chattel slavery. It said Black people have less nerve endings and thicker skin. And what
Where
they
is
said,
that taught at?
Oh, in medical school, literally medical school.
That Black people have thicker
skin. I'll give you an example.
Now, hold on. Now we gotta break this down.
Example.
So when you go to the hospital today, they're going to treat you differently because you somehow have thicker skin.
Yes.
What medical practice is in place right now to treat you differently?
They're literally giving less pain medication to Black people because they think Black people lie about their pain levels because they have less nerve endings. This is literally documented.
So you're saying every doctor is filled with racism, and so when a Black person go to the hospital, they won't treat them fairly. They are incapable of treating Black people fairly because they're Black.
What I'm telling you is this is something that has been taught and
it's not. It's correlation and causation are two different things.
Can I give you direct information?
You're saying
there's literally studies. You think it's a correlation causation, but there's studies on this.
What about comorbidities? What about the health of the mother?
You're not engaging
Black people
in the premise just because you don't know the information.
No. This is what you're saying.
Can I finish my point about the whole medical racism with the nerve endings? The thicker skin?
Go ahead, man.
Sure. This was something that is derived from chattel slavery. They literally use this as an excuse. They said you can beat your Black slaves because they feel less pain and they recover quickly. And so they use this as a pseudoscience to say that this still happens today. Hold on, I'm getting there.
Are Black doctors taught the same
yes.
thing? Are Black people
keep cutting me off.
Yes, we got to go point by point. You're saying the system is taught to anybody in medicine.
I have to pause it here. You have been voted out by the majority. Thank you so much.
Dude said I wanted to finish that. He was getting them, man. He was hitting them with points, and that's true. It's a fact that they feel we have thicker skin. That's why we heal quicker and we more built for the sun and all of this and that. All of that was in that study. That's the truth. What he was saying. That's a fun fact. You could look up. That's the truth.
Hey.
3, 2, 1.
All right. So you're talking about 2026, right? Okay, cool. You want to say that these systems no longer exist in the way that they have before, but kind of going off of some of the other.
All right, this one of the guys I feel like had a good point, but he kind of shell-shocked. Cut that down, Tracy. He kind of shell-shocked, I think, because at the end of the day, he trying to get his point off, but he kind of just talking around in circles in a way. But I understand where he's coming from, and a lot of other people understand where he's coming from also. But he kind of like talking in circles instead of making his point. Y'all listen and see what y'all get from it. But that's what I kind of got from it. It's not one of my favorite ones, but he had been waiting a long time to get on the debate. You know what I mean? Let's go.
Other claims, there's a resulting effect that comes from the decades and decades and generations that have not received like fairness and equity. So when you say personal responsibility, even what you said, like I come from a neighborhood where some people make it, some people don't. It's not that. Like you have a low floor and a high ceiling, right? For white people, their floor is a little bit higher because they start off with a little bit more. Their families come from a little bit more. They might have better choices as opposed to better outcomes. And I think that if you don't apply that sense of logic into the decision making of what you're saying, it's like you're kind of victim shaming people who already had one foot kind of like in a trap. And they're trying to run this race, but there's like barriers that's holding them back that have been there for decades.
Yeah, let me explain. I love what you said, and I think we agree on a lot of what you said.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that there isn't disparity.
Right.
There's clearly disparity. You would have to be a fool to say that there's not disparity in law enforcement. There's not disparity in what we've seen with the negative effects of redlining, which we could go into that. You can't, it's not that there's not disparities. What I'm saying is that these disparities that exist, I don't believe that they're rooted in systemic racism, and I don't think that we can't overcome them and become better. I don't believe that because and then also some of these disparities, we have a lot of responsibility in changing these disparities. Right. Like we talk about a person's credit history. Like that's a personal responsibility thing. We talk about our young brothers getting locked up in prison, the things that we are doing and how we're teaching our young people, the music that we listen to, all of those things are contributing factors that keep us here when white people are here on average. Gotcha. I don't think that there's a system in place that's really holding us back beyond what we've done to ourselves. That's what my claim is.
And I'm willing to say, like, as somebody who come from a neighborhood that not necessarily a lot of people went the college route, like I got a master's degree and everything like that. I'm reinvesting in my community and helping people out. But I do think that there's a piece of that you said, like all of this, blah, blah, and like it misses the mark of having humanity for people who might not. Again, like choices are choices. And if I grew up in a neighborhood where I didn't have like books at a young age, I didn't have after school programs, my family couldn't afford a tutor, I couldn't get good lunch, so I'm eating the shit that you know what I'm saying? So it's
so let's keep that point. I agree with you 100% because I wasn't always Brandon Tatum, making the money I make and all that other stuff, man. I grew up in a very balanced perspective.
Sure.
And I understand some people don't start from the same place. When your mama and daddy selling dope, your daddy go to prison, your mama get killed, your chances of dealing through trauma is much different than if you had a healthy household. I don't want to come across as saying I don't understand what goes on in the inner city community. And this is more about poverty. No, what I'm saying is this is more about poverty than
100%.
race, in my opinion. When I was a cop patrolling poor white neighborhoods, they daddy wasn't there either.
Right.
And they were committing most of the crime in these poverty-stricken neighborhoods.
sure.
Education was not something that was afforded to some of these people. So it's not necessarily just a race thing, you know, and I want us to get past the point of using it as an excuse to say, because we're Black, we uniquely have these
Right.
things
So-
that are holding us back. And I
so-
don't know if that's true.
But no, so I work with students with special needs, right? And a lot of the time,
Why he didn't say that the white family, you know, dad struggled from drug use and mom was an alcoholic? Why he didn't say that? Or dad touch on daughter and yeah, what about the weirdo shit they be into, dog? Why you just gotta say, yeah, dad sell dope, go to jail, mom get killed? Why you don't say the fucked up shit be going on in their households? Why you ain't show like, yeah, this probably why he went to the school and shot it up. Yeah, this why he probably, like, him and his other buddy, they tricked their friends and killed their parents. Like, come on, bro. You make it seem like let's get back. Yeah, like they perfect. Let's get back into it.
we say when we have their diagnoses is it's not an excuse as much as it's an explanation. And it's like you have a reason or a rationale behind why something exists. And when you have that, it's like you have to let that seep into your thinking. And it's like you talk about the music or the movies or the TV shows, like it ain't, you know, Goodfellas and Godfather and Scarface and all these stuff with people who don't look like us, who, you know, we got power and, you know, all of that stuff like that. Cool, we got music, but don't act like we ain't seen Tiger King, you know, or you know what I'm saying? And they was out there anyway. But what I'm saying is, it's like there's microscopic like examples you can give of all of these things. But if you just look overall with all of the systems, there's never been like an equitable amount of it that goes towards Black folks. And I think that for that reason, you have to embed that into your thinking. And I think, again, your claim is not horribly off, but it's also like without regard to the reality of the whole holistic situation.
So can we come to an agreement on this? Is that we both acknowledge all of these things happen. We both acknowledge that it's not in part of some of the things that have happened in the Black community is not necessarily just an excuse, it's an explanation.
Right.
But do we agree that it does not prevent you from becoming successful and doing those things today?
I think yes, and which is again the practice that I like to do is a yes and, because I think that there are going to be people who transcend what life is kind of like put in their place. But I think for a lot of folks, like, it's just like if I have a above average ability, like if I'm 6'5", so it's like I have a leg up on somebody who might have also been the same level as I am in basketball or sports or something like that. But because I have height, I have a little bit higher of a chance. Like if I'm somebody who's from a similar neighborhood with the
Man, that is a good example he put out there. That is a very, very good example he just said right there. By him saying, like, him being 6'5", and I may not be as good as this kid that's fucking 6'1". They gonna still choose me because of my height. They gonna feel they could work with me to make me better than this kid that's 6'1". But this kid that's 6'1", he already ready to go. Right now, he ready to go, and he gonna only get better. But I can only get better too. But who knows? That kid ain't gonna grow to 6'5", but I will. That kid not gonna grow to 6'5". I will. So that's big. That was a good example, man. But that was a good example on how they start off 6'5" and we start off 6 feet. We start off 5'10", 5'11". That's facts. That was a good example, man. Good example. Let's get back.
similar like IQ and all of that stuff, but my parents have access to things that these other parents don't, my outcomes are going to be different. And I think that's like you're saying it like it's an excuse, where it's not so much of an excuse as it's like I just want us to be able to have like some people transcend, some people go along with the, like you have a bell curve, like you have the people that's in the standard deviations outside of the mean, but like the outcomes over here and the outcomes over here are the ones that we tend to focus on, when it's like there's a lot of people in the middle who really just not getting a fair shake at it because these systems are in place that don't benefit us properly or
Yeah,
effectively.
I think that
I have to pause here. It was a great debate,
great.
but you have been voted out by the majority. Well done. 3, 2, 1.
Hi again.
You're back.
I am. So I do want to isolate this cause, you think, of Black disenfranchisement just over the course of history, because the thing I keep hearing you say is culture, right? But in psychology, we have this debate between nature and nurture, all right?
Okay.
Every decision, the patterns that come from different populations can be caused by either one of two things. It's like your material conditions, okay, this is the culture you're talking about. This is like attitudes, okay, and behavioral patterns. Or it's like genetically, in some way, you are different from other populations. Like you naturally have less of an inclination towards success. So for Black people, I have to ask you, which one is it?
We have got to the point where literally anybody.
No, I definitely don't think Black people have a less inclination towards success because of some DNA makeup.
Perfect.
Black people do have a DNA, I guess, expression that makes them a lot more proficient in sports. I mean, that's an advantage. But when you're talking about, like, so your point is very broad. Systemic racism, does it affect you today, and does it affect your life moving forward? I do not believe so.
If you believe that nurture, right, is the cause, right, of Black people acting differently, it's not something biological here. You have to ask, okay, when it comes to culture,
it can be in part biological.
Biologically,
generational trauma could be biological.
but that comes from, like, again, social standards, okay, issues that are replicated from the material conditions. When I say material conditions, I'm talking about what is around you, what is the infrastructure of your life, okay, what systems are you born into, okay. So if we can recognize that right is where the cause is lying, my question to you is gonna be, again, where has this equalizer been, right, in the whole status quo between white folks and Black folks?
Let's put it this way. I'm hoping that we can get to a conclusion of understanding, because you keep saying Black people as if we uniquely are the only people who are dealing with certain issues in poverty. White poor people experience a lot of similar things as Black people,
but not segregation and not redlining.
It's not.
Right?
But when you say redlining, when I just told you when you look at the historicity of redlining, majority of the people who were in the red line district were white.
I can't wait for the fact check for this one.
92%.
I'm going to be so
I'm going to
honest
tell you
with
right
you.
now. Okay.
No, Black
92%. Listen to me. Let me explain
explicitly
it.
a factor.
No, it was not explicitly a factor.
Oh, it was, and I can't wait for the fact check to show that part too.
I hope they do. When you're talking about the creation of the red line from the HOLO or HOL.
Okay, y'all, they most definitely put up the fact check. Jubilee most definitely put up the fact check, and she is right. Damn, Tatum, every fact check, bro, you lost. You was close on one of them, but all of them you really lost. So she is absolutely right in this subject matter. When they do the fact check, she is right.
HOLC Corporation. It's a lot of things in my mind. When you look at the delineation line, when they drew the red line, that was after discrimination had already existed.
And what did the red lines do?
The red lines were more of a revelation of what was happening, more so than a demarcation that created it, because they had already been there. None of, because you haven't looked it up. That's why. That's why you haven't looked it up. You didn't do enough. So some of these discriminatory practices.
No, man, what, bro? You got to be. Come on, dog. Come on.
I just told you when you look at the historicity of redlining, majority of the people who were in the red line district were white.
I can't wait for the fact check for this one.
92%.
I'm going to be so
I'm going to tell you right now. Okay.
No, Black
92%. Listen to me. Let me explain it.
Explicitly a factor.
No, it was not explicitly a factor.
Oh, it was, and I can't wait for the fact check to show that part too.
I hope they do. When you're talking about the creation of the red line from the HOLO or HOLC Corporation. It's a lot of things in my mind. When you look at the delineation line, when they drew the red line, that was after discrimination had already existed.
And what did the red lines do?
The red lines were more of a revelation of what was happening, more so than a demarcation that created it, because they had already been there. None of, because you haven't looked it up. That's why. That's why you haven't looked it up. You didn't do enough. So some of these discriminatory practices by lenders occurred way before there was a red line. the negative effects of redlining affected white people and black people.
How about this?
Disproportionately affecting black people.
How about this? Let's get back to the cause of black individuals' strife in America. Okay? I want you to isolate again for me. If it's not biological, where is this culture coming from? How does it happen?
It's like, for instance, when you look at black culture, 30s, 40s, 50s, was very different than today. There was no gangster hip hop music. That was talking about killing and thugging and smashing every day. That didn't exist. Black families were intact at a higher rate. Black entrepreneurship was up. Education was prioritized in the black community. We begin to see that degrade over time. So it's impossible almost to say slavery caused black people to be here. We're not accounting for the explosion of success here in the black community. Okay. And I'm saying that the degrading of culture, people falling away from God, not marrying the people they have children with, all of those contributing factors that are perpetuated by black people has caused a lot of the problems that we see
when
today.
we talk about things like rap music, okay, when we talk about the hip hop and whatever, what is being talked about in these songs? It's obviously shootings, okay? It's like life experiences are what are being discussed, okay? And when we look at those life experiences, they're much more so being concentrated in black areas, and that was true in the 30s and 40s and 50s.
No, it was
Hold on.
It was nowhere near the concentration.
I would love to see the statistics.
Was there Bloods and Crips in the 30s?
I want to get like three sentences out.
Go ahead.
That's important in this debate. Okay, so once again, 30s, 40s, 50s, there was segregation. Again, we all know this.
But black people still persevered through.
And that wasn't even one sentence I got out. You recognize that?
We got the time limit.
We got time going down. And for us to be on the same page, we have to understand the same kind of history. So I didn't get any, there was no statistic or there's no kind of facts about the wealth in the 30s or 40s, 50s that you gave me, hold on, right? What I'm trying to tell you, right, is that this disparity has existed even in those times you're talking about, where there wasn't any, expressions of culture that had to do with music. There was still disenfranchisement. There was still a lack of resources. HBCUs were still underfunded in those time periods. And we saw that black people, for the most part, did not have home equity, which is the greatest way that you can essentially create generational wealth. That was all true.
But yes, some of what you're saying is true, but I don't think it's the end all be all in success of black people today. Like, for instance, all of the things that you're referring to hundreds of years ago, 60 years ago, I'm asking you right now, do those things that happened then
He trying to say, do those things that happened then, do they affect you now? That's what he trying to say.
Have a profound negative effect on black people in perpetuity.
Of course, and I'll tell you
why.
why.
I have to stop here. The clock has run out.
That's why. Anyway,
I'm so sorry. Thank you guys. In the final debate, Officer Tatum.
Yeah, he picked dude, somebody that he know he could really take advantage of. If you ask me, man, that was pretty messed up. The guy he picked to do the final debate with, he was a cool cat, but like nah. But let's get into this though. I got some of this here for y'all. Oh my God, this video here. I hope I could be able to show it. I'm gonna show it, but let's most definitely get into this. Most def.
Y'all get this video. Make sure it is saved. There's this TikToker who goes by the name of J Megan, and she went in. I'm talking about she do a lot of research. She do a lot of investigating. We still gonna keep everything all alleged, but the video is nowhere to be found. I found the video because somebody else is reacting to it, and I want y'all to get it, save it, because obviously she's on to something because it's scrubbed from her page. It ain't on her page. So I'm going to be quiet and I'm going to just let it ride out. I believe she's saying something important. I want y'all to listen to how she mixed Tatum into some big wigs. And she got some important people in here. I'm telling you, I believe she said something that she wasn't supposed to say, and she had to take it off her page. Check it out, y'all.
Before I dive into this video, I want y'all to go follow J Megan.
Don't strike me, big dog. Because it ain't out there no more, so let me get it off of you. You feel me? So I'm going to let it run too. You feel me? So we can get the whole shebang. You feel me? For my people, for educational purposes, all this shit is allegedly. Let's get it. I'm with you, bro. I'm with you.
Been on this Nolan Wells case since the beginning, and she's very great in finding details, discrepancies, lies. She's very well diverse in connecting the dots. She knows exactly how to do it. She has time for the research. She goes in depth with it. And I want you all to, and I'm gonna shorten the video, so if you really want to go see the entirety of the video.
Look what somebody say. They took this off of her page. Oh, really? That's why I said this video is important. It's very important, y'all. I'm telling you, this joint is important.
Go to J Megan's page and you can find it. But I'm gonna bring something. I'm gonna kind of make it kind of short, and then watch to the end, and it's gonna surprise you. It's gonna be a bombshell.
It's a bombshell.
And now we will understand.
It's a bombshell, y'all.
Tatum is so connected to this case. It's a bombshell. It's a doozy. Watch it.
Now, wait a minute. So Warren already had a boat hooked up when he woke up that morning. I'm assuming that had to be the Triton that was hooked up, right? Then he said that Wyatt went and put his smaller boat, the Palm Beach, into the water. Then Warren said that he was the one who drove the Palm Beach to their friend's dock. Assuming that Wyatt drove the Triton to the dock and Bart drove his own boat to that dock, who drove the Palm Beach out to the water then? Because he said that he got a ride in with Bart, even though at one point during the interview, he said all of his stuff was on the Palm Beach. So it sounds to me like Warren was the one driving the Palm Beach. I'm also like, what parent would let their kid, who's obviously going off to party, take two of their boats and let their drunk friends drive? Like, it isn't making sense to me. I mean, maybe these parents are just shitty parents and irresponsible. Then he also said that he contacted Bart that morning to see if he could come. And Bart was like, yeah, I can give all your friends a ride, blah, blah, blah. According to him, there were 10-ish people, 15 people on that boat. So where were those people originally supposed to ride in on? They'd been planning it for weeks. They were excited about it. Why did Bart have to suddenly step in and take all these people? And remember, Bart said that his dad had canceled going out on the boat that day, so he could do it. Something's not adding up here. I think there was an adult somewhere in this mix. It would also explain how they all thought quickly on their feet with the sea tow. I wouldn't be surprised if an adult didn't come out there and just go off with other adults that were also on Horn Island and let the kids hang out with the boats. Here's where things are going to get interesting, folks. There are more GPS coordinates in the report than what we have seen publicly. I'm going to play you a clip from the interview, but remember, at 5:30 is when they started picking up regular speed, all right? It's right here, 525, speed miles, 30 to 35 knots. So here we go.
Planed off and you have water in the boat and you're hauling, we're going pretty fast. We're going probably 40, 42 miles an hour. And so all that excess water that was built up in the boat is coming out of the boat. So, I mean, that's what we had to do. So we ran into Fort Bayou and we didn't just run straight to my buddy's grandparents' house. We ran into Fort Bayou. A couple of us jumped in the water. And Wyatt, the whole reason for the stop was so Wyatt could hop in and put the plug back in the boat. So then after that, we went and docked it, and I went back to my buddy's house and we ate and napped for a little bit. It was a long day at the islands.
Now you heard him. He said that they took off going 40 miles an hour and they didn't go to his buddy's grandparents' house, but they went to Fort Bayou to go do a plug thing. Except right here, 5:44, vessel arrives at El Camino Road. 8 minutes later, then it departs from El Camino Road and headed east into Fort Bayou. So right there, we have a lie. The boat did stop before going into Fort Bayou. 6 minutes later, it comes back to El Camino Road, and the vessel departed El Camino Road half an hour later, headed southwest to St. Martin Bayou, and then turned southeast into Biloxi Bay Bridge. Then they went back to the Bayou boat launch. Then the boat was taken to Cardinal Lane, which was Wyatt's residence. Now, because I am an absolute genius, I was able to find it. This was where they left and where they came back that day, then came back several times. Now, first off, why aren't we seeing footage of them returning that day? We know that Nolan was with them when they left. So why do they have the security cams from that morning, but not that night? Whose grandparents live there? Jack Spatalo, who whose family owns a pharmacy. It goes back deeper than that because George Patala Sr., which is Jax's great-grandfather who is deceased, as it turns out, his great-grandfather was appointed and served on the staff of Mississippi Governor Cliff Finch. As you can see, I've confirmed Jax's relation to him. And as it turns out, Cliff Finch, well, he was in the Mississippi House of Representatives from 1960 to 1964 and supported racial segregation and backed the racist governor, to preserve segregation in the state. The federal grand jury conducted a 3-year-long investigation into his administration and several state agencies, and they were all accused of corruption and mismanagement. Finch was never found guilty himself, but some of his aides and appointees were indicted. And those sort of political connections seem to trickle down through the generations, so now we know why the governor got involved. And I started looking into the lawyer that's handling the defamation case from the Bart family. So from 2015 to 2018, he was state director of Americans for Prosperity. Then in 2018 to 2020, he was vice president of Stand Together while being vice president of Americans for Prosperity. Stand Together is a Charles Koch nonprofit, and Americans for Prosperity is a libertarian conservative political advocacy group affiliated with Charles Koch and David Koch. And if you don't know who the Koch brothers are, they're fucking evil. Guess who's one of the major funders for Turning Point USA? Major donors for the Koch brothers also are primary financial pillars for Turning Point USA, specifically their campus operations. And guess who used to serve as the director of urban engagement?
All right.
Oh my damn. Oh my God. Yes, I was the first to play it. Hey man, I was the first to play it. Outside of my man right here who playing it, she is really breaking it down. Holy. Let's go. Wait. I gotta unmute it. I'm gonna run it back just a little bit. Holy shit. Let's go.
Koch brothers also are primary financial pillars for Turning Point USA, specifically their campus operations. And guess who used to serve as the director of urban engagement?
Did she cook or what? Now, I know she was talking really, really fast, but I want you to listen and pause it. Listen and pause it. Screen record it. She just dropped that. I seen another YouTube content creator who goes by the name of Tisa Tells. She reacted to it and I seen it. I went back to her page and it was scrubbed off. She is ruffling feathers. She even got a breakdown of the whole timeline with other information. She does a deep dive in a Nolan Wells case, y'all. Not saying that anything is facts either. We still going to keep it all alleged. But she had to say something to piss the people off. And you see how she put Officer Tatum in there? How he knows some. I'm telling you, bro. Ain't no way he just coming out like that and going as hard as he is. These people know each other. They connected. When that boy Tristan was on that couch and he said, oh, y'all don't know who y'all with. These people are tight-knit. Oh, they tight-knit, all right. This is serious business right here. Y'all make sure y'all share this. If you couldn't screen record it, somebody will. Make sure you share this. Make sure you hype this video up to get this out there in the algorithm, because she said something that's going to be very, very important. Because why in the hell would she get it off of her TikTok? There's another TikTok user. She been having to speak in codes and shit because they've been taking her videos down. These people are running and we are catching up to them. All I'm saying is we need to get all this information together and we need to analyze it. We're not jumping to no conclusions or nothing like that. We're not accusing nobody of anything. What we're going to do is get justice for Nolan Wells. Y'all get in the comment section. Y'all let me know what y'all think. Y'all go follow her on TikTok as well. Her TikTok is J Megan, Nerdy Pink Panda 1. Y'all make sure y'all tap in with her because she doing some
bombshell. It's a doozy. Watch it.
Now, wait a minute. So Warren already had a boat hooked up when he woke up that morning. I'm assuming that that had to be the Triton that was hooked up, right? Then he said that Wyatt went and put his smaller boat, the Palm Beach, into the water. Then Warren said that he was the one who drove the Palm Beach to their friend's dock. Assuming that Wyatt drove the Triton to the dock and Bart drove his own boat to that dock, who drove the Palm Beach out to the water then? Because he said that he got a ride in with Bart, even though at one point during the interview, he said all of his stuff was on the Palm Beach. So it sounds to me like Warren was the one driving the Palm Beach. I'm also like, what parent would let their kid, who's obviously going off to party, take two of their boats and let their drunk friends drive? Like, it isn't making sense to me. I mean, maybe these parents are just shitty parents and irresponsible. Then he also said that he contacted Bart that morning to see if he could come. And Bart was like, yeah, I can give all your friends a ride, blah, blah, blah. According to him, there were 10-ish people, 15 people on that boat. So where were those people originally supposed to ride in on? They'd been planning it for weeks. They were excited about it. Why did Bart have to suddenly step in and take all these people? And remember, Bart said that his dad had canceled going out on the boat that day, so he could do it. Something's not adding up here. I think there was an adult somewhere in this mix. It would also explain how they all thought quickly on their feet with the sea tow. I wouldn't be surprised if an adult didn't come out there and just go off with other adults that were also on Horn Island and let.
That's facts. And I said that. They said the uncle or somebody was out there. Y'all remember that? The uncle or something. And I said, that's who y'all need to be talking to, because he the one seemed like he coached the boys after whatever happened. Call a sea tow, do all of this. They was coached immediately. So I think it was an adult out there. It wasn't just all kids. I think it was an adult out there also. Let's go. Let's get into it though. Let's get it.
The kids hang out with the boats. Here's where things are going to get interesting, folks. There are more GPS coordinates in the report than what we have seen publicly. I'm going to play you a clip from the interview, but remember, at 5:30 is when they started picking up regular speed, all right? It's right here, 525, speed miles, 30 to 35 knots. So here we go.
Planed off and you have water in the boat and you're hauling, we're going pretty fast. We're going probably 40, 42 miles an hour. And so all that excess water that was built up in the boat is coming out of the boat. So, I mean, that's what we had to do. So we ran into Fort Bayou, and we didn't just run straight to my buddy's grandparents' house. We ran into Fort Bayou. A couple of us jumped in the water, and Wyatt, the whole reason for the stop was so Wyatt could hop in and put the plug back in the boat. So then after that, we went and docked it. And I went back to my buddy's house and we ate and, napped for a little bit. It was a long day at the islands.
Now you heard him. He said that they took off going 40 miles an hour and they didn't go to his buddy's grandparents' house, but they went to Fort Bayou to go do a plug thing. Except right here, 5:44, vessel arrives at El Camino Road. 8 minutes later, then it departs from El Camino Road and headed east into Fort Bayou. So right there, we have a lie. The boat did stop before going into Fort Bayou. 6 minutes later, it comes back to El Camino Road, and the vessel departed El Camino Road half an hour later, headed southwest to St. Martin Bayou, and then turned southeast into Biloxi Bay Bridge. Then they went back to the Bayou boat launch. Then the boat was taken to Cardinal Lane, which was Wyatt's residence. Now, because I am an absolute genius, I was able to find it. This was where they left and where they came back that day, then came back several times. Now, first off, why aren't we seeing footage of them returning that day? We know that Nolan was with them when they left. So why do they have the security cams from that morning, but not that night? Whose grandparents lived there? Jax Patalo, whose family owns a pharmacy. It goes back deeper than that because George Patalo Sr., which is Jax's great-grandfather who is deceased, is a staff of Mississippi Governor Cliff Finch. As you can see, I've confirmed Jax's relation to it. And as it turns out, Cliff Finch, well, he was in the Mississippi House of Representatives from 1960 to 1964 and supported racial segregation and backed the racist governor, to preserve segregation in the state. The federal grand jury conducted a 3-year-long investigation into his administration and several state agencies, and they were all accused of corruption and mismanagement. Finch was never found guilty himself, but some of his aides and appointees were indicted. And those sort of political connections seem to trickle down through the generations. So now we know why the governor got involved. And I started looking into the lawyer that's handling the defamation case from the Bart family. So from 2015 to 2018, he was state director of Americans for Prosperity. Then in 2018 to 2020, he was vice president of Stand Together while being vice president of Americans for Prosperity. Stand Together is a Charles Koch nonprofit, and Americans for Prosperity is a libertarian conservative political advocacy group affiliated with Charles Koch and David Koch. And if you don't know who the Koch brothers are, they're fucking evil. Major donors for the Koch brothers also are primary financial pillars for Turning Point USA, specifically their campus operations. And guess who used to serve as the director of urban engagement?
Did she cook or what? Now, I know she was talking really, really fast.
The director of urban engagements was Officer Tatum. God damn, man. Let's get into this, though. I got another one for y'all. Check this one out.
Wearing up and down that we know somebody is guilty and that heinous acts have taken place and that the death of Nolan Wells didn't occur accidentally. We don't know. And it's important to recognize that we don't know. Having said all of that, anybody out there who's objectively going about the business of putting forth a concerted effort to find out what the hell happened to this kid, this 18-year-old out of Mississippi who went on a boat with his friends and ended up being the only one that didn't come home and ended up being the only one that died. Any concerted effort that is made to find out what happened to him is something that we welcome. And by bringing attention to it and consistently mentioning it and recognizing the fact that it's important that we bring attention and we keep bringing attention to stuff like this is something I'm going to do any chance that I get. Not going to belabor it, but when there's stuff there to be discussed or there's people there that's worth talking to, I'm going to do that because it's necessary. It's necessary for us to get to a bottom of this. There's a lot of things to talk about in the days and the weeks to come. We've got an election taking place in Michigan on Tuesday, and it very well may tilt the House or the Senate, rather, in months to come. It very well may shift the balance of power in our United States government. It very well may influence future elections, not just the midterms, but 2028. Because at some point in time, we're going to have to discuss stuff like the Democratic Party, a house divided, moderate Democrats against Democratic Socialists of America. We're going to see who's going to prevail to go up against the GOP and the Republicans, whether it be in the midterms or in 2028 and beyond. The state of our country and the things that are worthy of being discussed, we're going to have to do all of that. But it doesn't mean that we forget home, meaning the kind of stuff that happens on the ground on a day-to-day basis, person by person, family by family, community by community. It's important because the reality is that it appears we're losing our way. And so it's important to talk about these kind of things whenever we get the opportunity to, and I'm not about to run from them. And that's why I decided to continue to talk about Nolan Wells yet again, because I've got another guest on who knows a thing or two about this case because he's been following it from day one. My guest is an attorney, a legal commentator, and the founder of the Law and Crime Network, a multi-platform digital and cable television network that specializes in live gavel-to-gavel courtroom coverage, high-profile criminal trials, and expert legal commentary. Please welcome to the show the one and only Dan Abrams. Dan, how are you, sir? Good to see you. How's everything going?
Stephen A., great to be with you.
Appreciate it, man. Let's get right to it. I mean, the Nolan Wells case is taking on a life of its own, still very much in the news. For those who haven't been following the case, just want to throw this stuff out there. That Wells was an 18-year-old college football player from Ocean Springs, Mississippi. On July 4th, he and a group of friends traveled by private boat to Horn Island, an uninhabited barrier island off the coast of Mississippi. Wells was the only black person on the boat, according to reports. He was last seen on the island around 3 p.m. His friends returned to the mainland without him. Dan, first things first, do I have that right, or as new information has been gathered, at least that part is wrong? What can you tell us?
No, look, there's a lot that we don't know still, but we know a lot, actually. Like I hear everyone saying, we don't know. It's true. There's some things we don't know, but there's actually a lot we do know about what happened. We know the people who were on the boat. We know about the other friends. And that's kind of one of the biggest things to me about this case, right? Is when you have probably 7 people who were on the boat, if there was something that happened there and somebody's trying to hide it, 7 people together aren't going to be able to keep that a secret.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be able to figure out what happened. If there was something that we don't know yet, or there was something nefarious, and one of those 7 people is going to come forward and tell the truth. So that's one of the reasons why I'm waiting to see, is there any conflict? And I don't mean about small stuff. I don't mean about, was it, 232 versus 235? Right. Yeah, I'm talking about the big picture stuff. Like, why did he get off the boat? What happened afterwards? If something happened, those 7 people aren't going to be able to keep giving consistent stories. And that's one of the things I want to see as we move forward.
So, Dan, what I would ask you, first things first, is it a situation where all 7 haven't been interviewed as of yet? Or is it that there's been no conflict in the evidence that they provide?
Right. Good question, right? We don't know. Right now, the authorities smartly are not getting into the details of exactly who they've talked to, what they've done. Now, the families of the friends and the people who are on that boat are saying, we're cooperating, and there has been nothing that we have heard so far that suggests they haven't been cooperating with the investigation. And, that's when I immediately start getting suspicious, is when people stop cooperating with the investigation. As far as we know, that hasn't happened here. But you're right to ask, is there a conflict in their stories? We don't know at this point. There's been nothing to indicate that up to this point.
The sheriff initially, the sheriff initially said investigators did not suspect foul play, but the cause and manner of death remained undetermined. Can you explain why it's remained undetermined to this point? It's been weeks.
Right. I mean, look, you want to do the autopsy before you officially announce, and the autopsy has been done, but they just haven't announced yet exactly what the results were. As you know, the family also did its own autopsy, which isn't as effective as the first one, right? Because they're getting it afterwards. But there have been autopsies, and we're going to have to see what the results of that are. But, and I heard you talking about this before, about the fact that the police and the authorities came out early on and said, we don't suspect foul play. And I get it, right? In a perfect world, knowing what this case has become, it would have been better if they hadn't said that. But I will also tell you that in almost every case where the authorities don't necessarily suspect a crime, they come out and say it. They say, look, we arrived at the home, the guy had a heart attack. Mm-hmm. We don't suspect foul play, right? And we don't all go, wait, what? What? Why are you saying that now? Why aren't you waiting for an investigation? We just say, okay, got it. Now, the problem that can occur in some cases will be, well, wait a sec. The authorities said early on that there was no foul play, and now my client is being tried for this case. what happened. That's the danger for the authorities. But I will tell you, it is not out of the ordinary for the authorities to come out and make that kind of, somewhat declarative statement.
What about your thoughts as it pertains to the impact civil rights attorney Benjamin Crump and his presence? It could be an Al Sharpton giving a eulogy at the funeral. It could be the family, sort of inviting them to ingratiate themselves into the mix in some capacity. What about their presence, if nothing else, and the kind of impact that could have on the reluctance of the police to come out already and tell you what the autopsy has revealed?
Well, I don't think that their presence is going to lead the authorities to be reluctant. And I would judge them more on their actions than their presence, right? And look, I'm concerned. I don't like the fact that Ben Crump is holding press conferences with the families of other young black men who they claim have been mistreated or ignored in some way by the local authorities, right? I don't think that's helpful in the context of this investigation. Let's stick to the facts here. Let's stick to the case here. I get it that the family, Nolan's family, wants more answers. I do not hold anything they do or say against them for wanting to say, hey, I'm not satisfied with what we have so far. I got it. But when Ben starts bringing in other cases and suggesting implicitly, not explicitly, that this is a racial case, I don't think that's helpful. I just don't.
Dan Abrams right here with yours truly, Stephen A. I want to know, is there presently enough evidence even to call this a potential homicide in your estimation? I'm asking that question, obviously, because when you strip away the social media theories, what evidence suggests foul play, what doesn't, whatever the case may be, I'm asking you personally, is there presently enough evidence, according to what you've heard, to call this a potential homicide?
Again, a homicide would mean a death at the hands of another, right? Doesn't have to mean a murder. Could just mean a death at the hands of another, right? And a potential homicide. Look, I haven't seen in the public realm any evidence that indicates that this was a homicide. When you throw in the word potential, what am I going to say? Is it possible? Yeah. I want the investigation to continue. I watched your interview with Nancy Grace, my old friend Nancy Grace. She and I used to co-host a show together. I've known her for 30 years, maybe more. And she said, well, I want to make sure they don't close down the investigation. And you said, well, who's suggesting that they close down the investigation? And that was the right question, which is no one who is actively involved in this is saying, let's shut down the investigation. That's not a real thing. It's just like setting up a straw man so you can knock it down. Of course, they shouldn't end the investigation. This investigation it should be thorough and it should be transparent. It's really important that we get details. And that's not the case with every investigation, right? As you know, in a lot of investigations, the authorities want to keep things close to the vest, particularly if no one is charged. They don't want to say, well, we looked at this lead and that could implicate this person, but we didn't turn anything up with it. In a case like this, high profile as it is, with the racial undertones, I think the authorities are going to have to be transparent at some point. Doesn't have to be today, and it doesn't have to be tomorrow, but at some point are going to have to be transparent, not just about their findings, but about how and why they came to those conclusions.
Dan Abrams, at this particular moment in time, not speaking definitively, but obviously we haven't heard anything about a distress call. We haven't heard too much about phone records. We haven't heard too much about witness testimony or forensic testing, even though there's been two separate autopsies. Both haven't revealed anything concrete. One was by the regular examiner, and then the other was by an examiner hired by the family. One was with his neck, his throat in place. The other was without it. This is the kind of stuff that we've read up about. I'm wondering what could break this case conceivably in your estimation. What is it going to take for this case to be broken and for us to reach a point where we're able to provide some level of a conclusion?
It's a really good question. Look, first, let me say this. If you're going to ask me, what is the thing I'm most focused on and most concerned about in the context of this investigation, in terms of potential wrongdoing, et cetera, I want to know about Nolan's phone, right? Why did he leave his phone you know, the idea that he's going to stay on the island without his phone, that's the one question that's always kind of made me think, what was happening there? But again, that doesn't implicate anyone. In terms of moving forward, I'm going to be looking at witness testimony. And we talked about this at the outset. I want to know, are there inconsistencies in anything that the people who were on that boat are saying about why they left him? Now, let's take it a step further. Let's even assume for a moment that there are. Let's assume for a moment that the authorities somehow conclude that he was left there and he wanted to come back on the boat, right? Let's say that there was a conflict. Again, we don't know any of this, but let's just hypothetically say that. Even if that happens, that doesn't mean that there was a murder or a homicide, right? That could just mean they got in a fight or an argument and something else happened to him on the island, right? But it is important, going back to your question, to find out, what are the witnesses saying? Is there a conflict? We now know about the woman who, he was talking to on the island, apparently 19-year-old woman. We've heard from her as well. That's important. But as we move forward, I don't think it's going to be, the medical examiner is interesting, right? And people get very focused on this, but medical examiners can also take you down a rabbit hole where you may get obsessed with like little questions about things that in the end aren't really going to be dispositive of what happened to Nolan. You're going to need something more. You're going to need some sort of witness. And considering you're talking about people where it started as, I guess, 20 or 24 people, you got tons of people on Horn Island. There's got to be eyewitnesses, accounts that are going to help either be consistent and show that probably nothing bad happened or otherwise.
One friend claimed Wells chose to stay behind to talk to that girl you just alluded to. Wells' family strongly disputes this, stating they raised him to never separate from his group. To that, you say what?
Well, I don't know how his family would know whether he did or didn't do it. I also saw a friend of his say, right, that he wouldn't have let, they don't know. I mean, that's great to talk about what someone's general proclivities are. But the bottom line is, go.
I would tell you where I raise my suspicion. If it's true that he let the boat leave, but his cell phone was on the boat. Wait a minute. I don't know any teenagers that don't let something get away. Their phone, their very line of communication, considering the world that we live in today, how attached kids are to their phones. That's their sole line of communications in most instances, whether it be via text messages, calls, emails, etc. I find that very difficult to believe that you just let the boat go away with your phone on it.
And you have to believe that, again, following on what you're saying, that he forgot it, right? As opposed to like intentionally left it. But look, I said to you at the outset, what's the one thing that gives me pause, right? It's that. That's the one thing that so far, again, that doesn't mean there won't be more things, because we don't know about a lot of the things. A lot of them haven't been made public. But of the things that have been made public, that's a big.
The same way they say, why would he leave his phone? You try to make it like, we don't know if that was done intentionally or not intentionally. But what about them saying, the parents saying, like, I know my son wouldn't leave without a group. Oh, that's just speculation about his, the way he was raised. That's bullshit. That ain't no speculation about the way he was raised. That's just what it is. They know their son, and they know he wouldn't have left without the group he came with. You could have said, he may have, you don't give the second opinion. You just say, oh, no, he wouldn't have did that. You know what I mean? Like, no, not that. He would have, that's just saying he may have, would have done it or wouldn't have done it. But as far as him leaving his phone, he could have done that on purpose, or he could have done it by mistake. Come on, man. You're a racist, bro.
Got it, right? As opposed to like intentionally left it. But look, I said to you at the outset, what's the one thing that gives me pause, right? It's that. That's the one thing that so far, again, that doesn't mean there won't be more things, because we don't.
Their very line of communication, considering the world that we live in today.
Things that in the end aren't really going to be dispositive of what happened to Nolan. You're going to need something more. You're going to need some sort of witness. And considering you're talking about people where it started as, I guess, 20 or 24 people, you got tons of people on Horn Island. There's got to be eyewitnesses, accounts that are going to help either be consistent and show that probably nothing bad happened or otherwise.
One friend claimed Wells chose to stay behind to talk to that girl you just alluded to. Wells' family strongly disputes this, stating they raised him to never separate from his group. To that, you say what?
Well, I don't know how his family would know whether he did or didn't do it. I mean, I also saw a friend of his say, right, that he wouldn't have let, they don't know. I mean, that's great to talk about.
People out now, they wouldn't know, y'all. They wouldn't know about, if he would have left. They don't know. They don't know. But watch this. Keep listening.
About what someone's general proclivities are. But the bottom line is, go.
I would tell you where I raise my suspicion. If it's true that he let the boat leave, but his cell phone was on the boat.
I mean, concern.
Wait a minute. I don't know any teenagers that don't let something get away. Their phone, their very line of communication, considering the world that we live in today, how attached kids are to their phones. That's their sole line of communications in most instances, whether it be via text messages, calls, emails, etc. I find that very difficult to believe that you just let the boat go away with your phone on it.
And you have to believe that, again, following on what you're saying, that he forgot it, right?
Heard that? Straight defense. We can say, he forgot it. Check it out.
Opposed to like intentionally left it. But look, I said to you at the outset, what's the one thing that gives me pause, right? It's that. That's the one thing that so far, again, that doesn't mean there won't be more things, because we don't know about a lot of the things. A lot of them haven't been made public. But of the things that have been made public, that's a bigger concern to me than hearing family or friends saying, well, he's not the kind of guy who would blank, right?
Right.
I'm focused on what is the evidence here. And that's a piece of evidence here that you just cited.
Before I move on, this is my very last question on this. Right now, you're looking for what? What is Dan Abrams looking to find out, looking to see that will get us closer to a resolution involving this case? Is it testimony from the police? Is it testimony from the family? What is it that you're looking to find out? What should we all be waiting for right now as a priority?
So if we could see the case file, right? I think the thing that I'd be looking for most are the witness accounts. I'd want to hear and see, what did different people say about why Nolan didn't come back on the boat? But again, as I said to you before, that's only one piece of this, right? Meaning, even if there was an issue about him coming back on the boat, it doesn't mean that anybody on that boat killed him, right? I mean, that's still a separate question. So even if that happened, I still am looking to see, are there any people who are on Horn Island who can give relevant eyewitness accounts to this that can help move this case forward in one way or another?
Based on your level of expertise and who you're connected to, any reason to be suspicious about the investigators? We are talking about a black kid. We are talking about Mississippi, but in the same breath, we want to be fair to law enforcement, and we want to make sure that we don't cast aspersions of guilt upon somebody, and we have no evidence of that whatsoever.
Yeah, look, I'm sorry that this has become a racial case. You get it, right? Is only black kid on the boat, Mississippi history, etc. But, you know, on the flip side of this, you hope what was actually the case was that, you know, white kid had black friend, black kid had white friends, right? Like that shouldn't be like an issue, right? It's sort of incredibly sad that the fact that, you know, black kid and white friends is an issue out there. We get why it can be, but I'm going to say to people, and I'll say it to you, which is I hope we can stay focused on the evidence and not turn this into a racial case. And that's why when you asked me earlier about Ben Crump, you know, I don't have a problem with Ben Crump per se. I do have a problem when he starts linking it to other cases and suggesting that this is of particular concern because of race. And let's give them the benefit of the doubt for now. If it turns out that, you know, look what we've seen in the Savannah, in the Nancy Guthrie case, right? We gave the authorities the benefit of the doubt. Now that we've seen what happened in that case, we know they screwed a lot of things up, all right? They deserve the benefit of the doubt to begin with, but as we've now seen, they made a lot of mistakes. In the vast majority of investigations, that's not the case. So I'm not going to presume that the authorities are doing anything wrong until I see evidence of wrongdoing.
Dan Abrams, appreciate you, man. Appreciate the education and enlightenment. Thank you so much, man. I want to learn about this stuff. You was the person that I thought would be perfect for this. Thank you so much, my man.
Stephen A., always great to see you.
Your same here, buddy. Thank you so much. Talk to you later. Well, you heard what he had to say. Makes a lot of sense. You, Nolan Wells, God bless your soul. We got to find out, get to the bottom of it. Indeed, there may not have been, you know, any criminal activity, or there may have been. The fact of the matter is that what's unacceptable is that the stuff is still up in the air, that we don't know anything, that we haven't heard from the police at that particular moment in time, and we need to. We need to hear what the autopsy reports reveal. We need to hear what the investigation has revealed. It needs to be a bit more open to the public because it just seems incredibly, incredibly suspicious. I've been watching a bevy of people talk about this, you know, from all spectrums, all over the place. And people have their opinions. I watched Officer Tatum interview a couple of these folks and, you know, talk about the evidence that he's accumulated. And I know a lot of people have been getting on him, but he's been on the case and been talking to some people. He's talked to more people than most people have talked to about the Nolan Wells case. Give him credit for that. In the end, we got to get to the bottom of this. We got to find out what's up. It's necessary because an 18-year-old kid, black kid, Mississippi. And that's not to say that if he was not black, it wouldn't matter, because I'm not trying to go there. That's not true. That's not what I'm saying. But when you have a black kid that purportedly was by himself and he's in Mississippi, and this is the kind of stuff that has happened to him, or potentially, it has to be investigated. There is no way around that whatsoever. The way it goes. You just got to be real and honest about that. That's it for this edition of Straight Shooter.
Crazy work. Crazy work, man. Dude was a straight racist who right there who was talking. I just wanted y'all to see how they got other people that's giving the boys the benefit of the doubt, but they don't be giving black people the benefit of the doubt. We always guilty until proven innocent. You just accuse these motherfuckers. They ain't been charged with nothing. They just pleading innocence before being guilty. And then they story kind of fishy. And he made good points. What teenager at the age that these kids at today's day don't move without their phone? All of them. And then the cover up is quiet as kept is them having the phone and calling the phone. I told y'all this. I already had said this. They had the phone calling the phone like they was looking for him. And they already knew what had happened to him. That's why they started calling his mama so early. Panicking. Nobody looking for no 18-year-old kid on no July 4th after y'all been riding boats and shit and you seen them with a little shorty. Man, he probably in some, you know what I'm saying? He probably knee deep in some ass, man. What? And y'all just panicking looking for him? Come on, man. So that was real suspicious to me, man. But yeah, y'all, look, man, we about to get up out of here, man. It was a good show. Real good show, man. Real good show. We about to get up out of here, y'all. Y'all know what it is, man. Y'all hit the like button, man. Subscribe to the channel, man. Hit the notification bell, man. I love everybody that came through, man. I love everybody that commented, man. You know what it is, Rose. I fuck with you, bro. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate the support that I am getting, man. It's gonna grow, baby. We only gonna grow. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man. Till next time, man. I'm gonna have another one for y'all. We out.
Yo, yo, yo. What's the deal, man? Welcome to Scullyville. You heard?
1, 2, 3, go!
Man, we're gonna address all the smoke. Yo, yo, yo. What's the deal, man? Welcome to Scullyville. You heard?
1, 2, 3, go!
Man, we're gonna address all the smoke.